I'm also going to check on YouTube to see if our volumes are okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're live now. Welcome, everyone, to episode 6 of the Prickles and Goo podcast. We are your hosts, Dave and Manny.
Yep.
Manny, how's it going, my friend?
Yeah, doing good. Man, it's been a while.
Been a long while.
Yeah, at
Um,
least 6 months since the last one. I think last time we did it, I was probably still at uni at the time. But yeah, no, I've been doing good. Been working. Is it coming through? Okay. Is that?
Okay, I think we're live now. Welcome, everyone, to episode 6 of the Prickles and Goo podcast. We are your hosts, Dave and Manny. Yeah, one second. Manny, how's it
Yeah,
going?
doing good. Man, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's actually fine. You're
Yeah,
maybe slightly less than me. I can just
yeah,
flick this a little bit. It should be perfect, though, I think.
yeah. Perfect.
All right. Great. We're here. We had quite a bit of chaos before this.
Yeah, we did.
Started today with food being ordered, our browser going into dark mode, and just random shit. But we made it, and here we are.
It's always fun with a little bit of chaos.
Yeah, right. I guess that's one way to put it. You shouldn't be saying that, Mr. Ni over
I
here. You should
know.
be like, oh, God.
I know, but we always figure it out. I mean, it always ends up, and I think I've always just been okay with technical chaos. I guess it depends on the chaos, but yeah, tech chaos, I'm just like, probably be fine.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So people chaos is more, or like what's the other
Yeah, I'm
category?
trying to think what is the actual chaos that I don't like? If I'm It depends. So basically, if I'm like juggling too many things in my head and I need to get something done or there's a deadline for something, I'll get stressed because I'm like, I just want to focus on this thing I'm juggling stuff.
Oh, I got you.
But it depends. Yeah, it depends on the pressure I'm putting on myself at the given. If it's something I'm not super pressured about, it's like, it's fine. Bit of chaos is okay.
Right. Yeah, I can relate to that when you're just scrambling to do shit and then you just have all these like little things and stuff and you're just like,
Yes.
oh, I
Yeah.
just want to be at peace, man.
Yeah, dude. Like sometimes when I'm trying to, like, if I'm going somewhere and I kind of need to be somewhere or something and I'm kind of stressed, my mind is so, it's so against reality that like I will see cars coming by and I'm like, I just need to cross the road. I'm like, the car needs to stop because I'm not stopping. You know, it's this weird, like, I feel like I can step out in front of the car and like it's fine. You know what I mean? It's that kind of
Imposing your
person.
will on the car. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. Obviously, I don't actually, jump in front of the car, but it's that kind of like everything needs to move out the way kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah, and people as well. I'm like, that person needs to move out the way. You know,
Fair enough.
it's
Okay.
really weird. It's really
Imposing
weird.
your will.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, should we present the drinks
Oh
of
yeah.
choice today? So we have this isn't actual, so this is soju, I think.
Yeah, I had soju before. It's
Jinro.
really
I think this is one of them. Yeah.
yeah.
And so for everyone that's not familiar, we take shots throughout. We're just gonna do it like every 2 minutes, I guess. We'll see how disastrous that is. Nice. So yeah, feel free to drink along with us. Well, don't take shots though, because this is sake or soju or whatever, which is not that strong. So don't fucking take a vodka shot every 10 minutes. We don't want to be responsible for your
Yeah,
gut.
we're not. Yeah, not responsible. Disclaimers. Yeah. All right. So we're taking the first one. And by the way, I usually have a petri dish to drink out of, but today I actually have a shot glass. Unfortunately,
I think mine is this a small one? This looks like it's a mini one.
Yeah.
I got it from
quite small.
Yours is bigger. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right. And I know it's not just the relative thing because I think you are much taller than me. So if it still looks bigger,
maybe not that much because you're at 6 foot, right?
Half an inch below that. So I'm almost 6 foot. Not quite.
And I'm 6'2", so not
oh, I thought you were like 6'4" or some shit. Okay.
Yeah, I know. And some people, I think, there's a guy at work. He's home based, so we don't normally see him in the office, but he has a really good posture. He's always upright, and he actually used to work for like a posture health and safety company. So he's got perfect posture, and
He's like
everyone's
always like this at his desk.
yeah, always like this, almost like straight, and everyone sees him as if like he's really tall. But when he actually comes out, whenever it's like every 6 months or something, if someone's seen him for the first time, they're like, "Oh, I thought you were gonna be tall."
Oh, I hope y'all don't actually say that.
Yeah, I mean, people do, man. It kind of sucks. But yeah, it's just because he has like a really good frame. So yeah.
Okay. Well, tips
Whoa,
to
you know
everyone
what?
in the online dating scene. If you want to appear taller for your date, just have good posture.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Have you seen
work around it.
those trainers that add like 2 inches or something to your height?
Oh shit!
Yeah,
Really, like the male version of like high heels, I guess. Huh?
yeah, yeah.
Oh, I saw a comedian. I think it was Chris Rock, and he was on stage, and his shoes had like this much salt in them or something
Yeah,
like that. I
it
was
is
like, damn, wow.
interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. I haven't seen that many people wear those, but yeah, I do wonder. Like, would like a girl care if I don't know.
Yeah.
It's interesting because then you could debate makeup. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a
I
whole thing.
understand. Yeah, the height and shoes are a double-edged sword because, like, if you come into the date taller, I guess, then maybe that's a good thing. But if they
Yeah,
notice that you wore that to appear taller, then that's not good. That's
yeah,
not going to make
exactly.
you look so
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
Make you
yeah,
look insecure about your height, which is probably not the
yeah,
most attractive thing I would imagine. Okay, ready for a shot?
yeah. Let's do it.
All right, pulsed or cheers.
Cheers.
This one's actually fairly slow. Okay. Damn, what is the? Last time I had soju was perfect, but this is like,
Yeah.
how much is 24%? Is that a lot?
Oh, that's strong, dude.
Ah,
This is
fuck.
14.
Well, good thing I have the short, small shot glass. And how much is yours?
Yeah. Sorry?
How much is yours?
14. 14.
All right. Well, it works out maybe with the math and the shot size.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you've got a
That's
high
pretty-
tolerance right now anyway. So it's probably
Yeah. It's interesting because I didn't even think they go that high. 24.
24. Yeah. What is that like? It's more than wine, I think. No, what is wine?
That's more than wine because I think wine is around this range of like 14.
Okay.
So that's like because I like drinking ports. That's about 20% as well. So that's strong. So yeah, this was scarily easy to drink. So
This was not. This is like almost a normal shot. Let's see, what have I done? This is supposed to be like one of the most popular brands too. So I thought I had like a good one here. I ordered
Yeah.
3 bottles of this shit because you can only order 3. But
oh wow, you can only order 3.
yeah, the Amazon bullshit, So
Yeah.
I'll save them for the next. I don't know if I want to save them for the next one, but I'll make use of them eventually.
Yeah, somehow. Okay.
All right. Well, shall we start with the social type?
Yeah, let's do it because we haven't really spoke about it. So this will be like actually our first conversation on it.
Right.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm curious what your general. We can start with like the theory in general, and then maybe discuss what we think our types are. Or what types?
I think you probably know the theory better than I do. I haven't done like a ton of research into it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think.
I'm blasting a bit.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, so I haven't. I guess so. I understand it from Dave and Shan's perspective. I do know there was. I think it was a biologist. I'm pretty sure. No, an economist. He was talking about it from a genetic standpoint of how your families, the lineage of your families, kind of predicts where you're gonna end up in life, and people do kind of operate on a kind of a free will standpoint of, hey, I'm trying to be this thing or trying to get towards this direction in life. When you kind of zoom out in the big picture, you just see people end up where they've always been predicted to end up based on their kind of family per se, or something like that. So that was like understanding of social types, that you just generally fit in where you're supposed to fit, regardless of what you want. And then it is quite removed, I guess, from Dave and Shan's idea of social types, because it's not specific to your family. It's just an idea of how you came into the world, just you as an individual, what your social type is. So then there's 4 different social types, which it's kind of like the programming that dictates where you end up. So there's number one, number two, number three, and number four. Um, and your social type isn't an accurate representation of what happens. So like number one wants to be at the top, but it doesn't mean they end up there. It just means
Okay.
what they want. Number four, they're not they're not really interested in being at the top. They may end up being at the top anyways. I think one of the examples they gave was Joe Rogan. He's a number four who's just found a way to kind of do what he enjoys, and he's just really good, and he is at the top.
Okay.
Like,
so it's not where you're at or what you're doing, it's but what you're kind of driven to do.
exactly, yeah, exactly. And then there's two coins. Um, there's responsibility and specializing, which is one coin, and then the other coin is friends and people. And
okay. So do you have both coins or just one?
wait, what do you mean?
So you said there's two coins, right?
Two coins, yeah. So you're either, so let's say on the responsibility specialized coin, your responsibility, and on the ego friends coin, your friends. So that means your type is friends and responsibility.
Okay.
Like observers, deciders, kind of thing. So you'll have both of those.
Okay. I thought you were just okay. I didn't know.
If that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's generally it. I don't know if I haven't explained it well enough. How much have you seen? So tell me what you know about it, or like what you've seen, or anything.
Not a lot. I haven't really dove into that much because I guess we can talk about this in a bit, but I don't really feel like it's very helpful, to be honest. Like I don't know what to do with it, and maybe there's something to do with it, and but I feel like there's probably still more information that needs to come out. I just knew that there's four. The one of them is the person that wants to be number one, I guess, which is like your typical IP, I suppose. Two is the responsibility, so making sure things get done. You're kind of the manager in a way. Third is that you want to specialize in one field and kind of want to be independent with that. Fourth one is that you're more focused on relationships and connection, and you're not really focused so much on being number one, right? So I think it's nice in the way that because sometimes you'll be typing an EJ and they just are like they're trying to be number one, right? And so it's like you can easily trip up and type them as like an IP if you're not really looking, I think, closely or the big picture, I guess, of what's going on. But I don't like, even if I get typed as a one or something, do I need to then try to be more of a four? Is that what this is saying? Or and
yes,
to me there also tends to be like a kind of a bias in a way where some are better than others or more preferred. Like it seems like four is preferred. That's the one that's the most positively talked about, which I feel the most positive about as well. Like to me, the number one thing seems like number one seems like a lot of ego, but so anyway, those are my two things. We're like, hey, what do I do with this? And why are some preferred more than others if these are just binary coin categorizations, right? Anyway, do you have any thoughts on either of those two or both?
No, absolutely. So what do you do with this? And this is, I kind of spoke on this on Kendrick's interview because I did a video with him last week, and my take on social types is kind of like it's useful to it's like 20% useful, kind of. It's sort of like so far Dave and Shan haven't spoken about it in a way of you need to balance out your social type. They've just spoke about it in a way of this is what you want to be happy. So it's not so much of a void and you need to fix that void per se. So it's more of a, and it was quite a nice audio Dave sent. It wasn't in the classes, but it was just like an audio he recorded, and he was just basically explaining you can just motivate yourself and find happiness by avoiding what society is telling you to do, and do what your social type is. If you want friends, if you're number four, don't feel pressured to kind of whether it's like the responsibility route or the ego route, don't feel pressured to do other things, just find your way. So it's kind of like a happiness pathway type thing. But I, like you say, I personally, like, that's the thing, when you get your social type, and this is what I said, is it doesn't, before getting your social type, you're going to have the exact same problems and goals for your life that you do when you do get your social type. Like I'll wake up regardless of what my type is, still wanting the same things, It doesn't really change that. It
I
might
feel the
add
same
some
way.
useful like information about like my neurochemistry of like, oh, I'm spiking with this thing, so maybe I can motivate myself more easily if I attach it to what my needs are. But other than that, it's like I'm more focused on the things I've already determined that are important to me. Anyways, regardless of what my type is. Even if I had a type that was contradictory to what my goals are, I would still go for the same goals because the reasons I've attached to those goals or desires are more than, oh, like this is how you'll find happiness sort of thing.
Right.
So I already have my reasons stacked essentially for
Yeah.
whatever I want. So it's just useful information. It's just I just see, oh, I might be able to leverage some bit of my neurochemistry, but it's like 10%, 20% of my life. The rest
Mhm.
is, and even if you had a social type where, oh, most threes do this or most twos do this, it's like one thing we learn in like psychology is you can have like trends based on the population, and especially like because we learn about it in like personality and IQ and stuff, how like certain people might, for example, Silicon Valley, there's particular people who will move there. There's a lot of very clear trends of where people will habitate, and but what we understood and something my lecturer said is that doesn't say anything about you, the individual. Like
Mhm.
you can, you're your own thing. Like it's kind of like the weirdest experience I've had. The weirdest like thing I've heard someone explain is like probability is actually subjective. So like let's say something has a 8 out of 10 chance of happening, we kind of view it in a prescriptive way of like, oh, this in this world there's an 8 out of 10 chance of happening. Well, actually, what happens is like it's kind of like the multiverse idea of like this let's say there's 10 different versions of this reality. In 8 of those it happened and then in 2 it didn't. So
Mhm.
if this is the reality where it didn't happen, that's it. Like it's not it's not a reflection of this reality. It's just how you look at it before it happens. So you could be whatever you are going to be, even as the social type, or you can differ. It's not like a 1-to-1 ratio of like this is what's going to happen. Like you could be the anomaly, and that's something Viktor Frankl kind of went through in Man's. I know I'm going through a
No,
whole
no. Yeah.
tangent, but it just feels connected to different things. Viktor Frankl in Man's Search for Meaning, like he was in the Nazi concentration camps, and his whole thing was he took a very scientific method approach. What's his name? The father of the scientific method, Karl Popper. Yeah, Karl Popper, where it's like it's you don't actually know if something's gonna happen. You can't. So his position is, I'm not actually dead yet, so I'm open to the possibility that I could come out of this okay. So until it actually happens, it's not happening. I'm not going to assume just based on Bayesian reasoning. Oh, all of this has happened, so this will happen to me. You don't know that. You don't know
Yeah.
that until it actually happens. So it's like, so given I have these possibilities, I will choose the view that's most effective for me. So I'll assume I can, get out of this situation alive. So I'll continue with that kind of purpose and drive. So same with the social types. Even if you're like set to be a certain way based on like the population, it's possible you could differ. And because it's possible, you have to act in a way where since it's possible, you have to choose the best approach. That's the whole. That's my take on it, essentially.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
To
don't let
answer the
the
first question,
the
I can't remember
uh
what the second one was
uh
that you had.
let me oh yeah, I remember it. Let me I guess or I
Yeah,
had something to say
respond.
on like
Yeah,
oh well I think like also like we talked about before we're like okay what do you do with this like let's say that I'm a 4.
yeah, yeah,
Right. So if I had to gravitate towards being a 1, doesn't that kind of conflict with what I'm gravitate towards as an IP? Like, wouldn't going towards being a 1 would just feed into being more DI and then cause me issues? So it's almost like I should probably just ignore the social types because it could direct me in a way that actually I probably shouldn't go. I should probably go
yeah,
for more of the 4 thing. So I think it like
yeah,
in that vein, it's like you should still follow like figuring out your last animal and your last function, but it might conflict with the social type stuff. So maybe the social type stuff isn't really important,
Yeah.
I don't know. But the second question was, fuck, I just had it. So we said that, we don't know what to do with them. And there's like favoritism, it feels like. Right?
Yeah. Okay, got you. Yeah, I think that was kind of a really good analysis, because I think it's like baked into the social types that some are preferred, because I think it's the nature of friends as well to be preferred by people, and it's the nature of ego, like the ones to actually be kind of a bit jarring. Something that Dave was saying, that some ones also can't help but like cause controversy, because they kind of just want to stand out. So there's gonna be more abrasion. They're not trying to get along with people, and then by nature, the people who are, say, your friends, they will naturally be popular or whatever. So it's almost like baked into it. So I think that preference thing is like almost a part of it, which is different to the other parts of OP, where it's just how it works. NI is just a tool, SE is just a tool. But I think these social types, it's because it's a bit more like part of society. There's that, like, the nature of it is also different preferences. And I was gonna say also about the you gave that example of like if an IP is a 4 already, it's actually kind of goes against them to try go towards ego, because it's more DI. Something this is like an audio that Michael sent someone I know, and he was explaining the social types are more like the social types like above your 5112 type. So they're a bit more of your long-term strategy, whereas your 5112 type is like your short-term strategy. So someone who is an IP that's 4, they will still do the DI stuff, but it'll be for friends. Like they want to, like, there will be like more friendly compared to a 1 IP, but they'll still also do the DI stuff, and it's for the sake of, like, I want friends, I want to be significant for my friends or something. So it's like catching that. You still get into the swings, not as intensely maybe, or look different, but it's still the whole DI thing. So your DI isn't necessarily less activated per se. It's just used as a tool for this higher need of like friends.
Which
Like,
is like supposed to be one of the potential
Okay.
growth paths for an
Right.
IP is to use which is like supposed to be one of the growth paths for an IP potentially is to like use your DI in sake of the tribe instead of using it to like just build yourself up. Like, right? So it's all like that's the thing that you should probably be doing. So it's just like,
I mean, all in all, maybe that's a very strong case as well for like maybe the best situation is when your social type opposes your 5112 type of like that's a really good case. And I do wonder, it's interesting, I guess because it's a little bit early still, we still need like more them to kind of explain it a bit more, whether the issues of your social types can arise separate from your 5112 type, or they're kind of intermingled and you can actually balance out those issues if you're an opposite conflicting type. So I guess we just need more information on it.
right.
But it's interesting. It's interesting.
I think this is one of the coins, if not the only coin, that they've said that's not necessarily genetic, or at least something that can change over time, which is kind of departing from their kind of NI for personality types and stuff. And I feel like that makes sense. Like for me personally, when I was really young, it definitely felt very number one. Like I remember when I was like 7 or something, and I remember having this goal or this dream of being like the best scientist in like a particular field. Like I had played a video game, and you could like have this stealth technology where you're invisible and be like, I'm going to be the man that creates this thing. I'm going to be the best at this. I'm going to, which you could argue that's kind of 3-ish a little bit too, like specializing. But And then like when we had to turn in math homework in first grade, I'd try to beat all the other kids at turning in the math homework or all the homework. I was always like, if we had books, I'd read 5 of them instead of 1. I'm just an asshole, man. Like the very number 1, like, you know.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
but now, like, I have no interest in being number 1 at anything, man. Like being number 1 is such a fucking pain, and you have to put so much work and so much stress, and then at the end, it's ta-da! What do you get? Nothing. You just,
Yeah.
you know,
It's
you're
really
higher than
interesting.
you were, you know.
Yeah, because I know also you did quite a bit of competing because you did boxing too. So it's like you've done a lot of competition, and then it's like coming through that you're like, oh, I actually don't. And that's actually something Dave in the last class actually Dave mentions with say someone's a 4 because there's a comedian I can't remember how to pronounce can't remember his name actually, but he's a comedian and he's like almost the same type as Tony Robbins, but audio. And
Oh,
he's a number.
DeStefano.
Yeah,
DeStefano.
that's the one.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
one. He's a 4, but he's very successful. And Dave was just saying like you can kind of like even as a 4, you'll go through the whole I'm doing my goal thing. I'm going to achieve stuff, and then you'll find from the other side like, oh, I don't really want this, and then you'll go to what you actually do want, whether like that's friends, actually cherishing time with your kids, whatever it is. It's like you can have that journey of I have actually tried to achieve stuff and I've done it, I just don't, it's just not for me. That's what it sounds like. You went through it, you just went through the whole thing, which is, I guess that's really good because then
Yeah.
there's no fear of missing out. You're just, oh, I've seen it. It wasn't great.
I think like if you ever do try to be or get to the top of anything, I think you quickly realize like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
You got to be like a kind of a psycho to like
Yeah.
have the fortitude and the drive to be number 1, right?
And that's what,
man, it's just you have to outwork everyone, right?
yeah.
It helps if you're talented, but it's like
I think it's like up
is it really worth
to
it?
I think they say like up to like I think maybe 60 to 80K is the kind of financial barrier of like
Happiness, right?
of
Yeah.
happiness. And after that, any more money you kind of make, there has to be something else. Whether you're a psychopath. And I think Alex Hormozy was talking about this. He was saying, with hyper successful people, all of them are kind of different. You can't really boil it down to a particular, whether it's like a morning routine or whatever, because some eat really healthy, some really eat really badly, some wake up super early, 3 a.m. and stuff.
Mhm.
Some don't do that, some wake up super late. So there's a whole mixed bag. But when kind of researchers tried to boil it down into 3 different traits that they could see that was consistent in all of them, I think number 1 was, of course, being super, super, super ambitious. But the second one was also having like a low self-worth or whatever, like needing to prove yourself. And then the third one was having really high impulse control to like kind of just stay focused. So those are the 3 things. You need to be ambitious and like low self-worth of like I need to prove myself and impulse control. So it's whatever it is, it's like it has to be it has to be just right, essentially.
I got you.
And yeah.
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
it's interesting. Yeah.
I was going to say we're late for our shot, actually.
Yes. Okay.
This is the challenge with this is just finding like it's been 10 minutes and finding like a space actually.
Yeah.
Right. This can be rough. All right. Cheers.
Cheers.
It's actually more just the aftertaste. Actually, when it goes
really
down, it's fine. And it's just like you're like, oh.
Yeah. Interesting. This one's quite like grapey. Tastes a little bit like grape. So it's nice. It is quite nice.
You lucky bastard. I should have gotten that. Tell me what that is next time. That's what I'm gonna get.
The thing is with soju, I thought because the one I got before, it was like flavored and stuff. So and the one I had before, the sake I had before wasn't. So I just assumed, oh, soju tends to just taste nicer. Maybe they always kind of make it taste nicer, but I guess you do get some that are just
right. Shit, man.
Yeah.
So with that, which types do you think you are actually?
Yeah. I've gone through the racket. I think currently my guess for myself is number two. I did have like I've thought of I started with thinking I was number one, and then I thought like maybe I'm number four for a bit, and then it just didn't fit, and then I went with number two, and like I wasn't sure. I'm still not 100%, but funnily enough, it was also like meditating. And
Mhm.
I guess we're going to talk about meditation insights. So one of the
Yeah.
insights I had was my social type. I was like, oh, like yeah, you actually are it too. But yeah, that's where I'm at now. And I've spoken to a few people that are threes, some that are like official threes, but a few people that are threes, just to understand um, what it's like, being a three, just to kind of rule it out. At the moment, it doesn't. I don't think it fits for me. Yeah, so at the moment two. At the moment two. And if anything, the one thing is it does explain stuff about me that didn't really make sense with my type and my type twins too, because I spoke to my type twin a little bit about this too, and he sees me as a two as well. And yeah, so it does explain some things. It does explain some things.
So wait, is it supposed to? Because we mentioned before it was two coins, right? Is it supposed to work
Yeah,
like the grant function stack, where you have one that's really high, and then you have two that are balanced, and then one
yeah,
it's the
yeah,
same? Okay, so you would be two as your top one.
yeah,
Which you mean
yeah,
three is the least, and then second
yeah.
one is a one or a four.
It'd be four. So it'd be
Okay,
responsibility, then friends. Those are my
okay.
safest.
I
And
would have
then
guessed four as well. Okay, okay,
yeah, and then demon ego, then demon specializing.
okay.
And yeah, and I'm
Makes a lot more
still
sense, actually. Okay.
open about it. I'm still like trying to figure it out, but like it's the whole thing of like it doesn't really matter that much because regardless of what type I am, I think it's just it doesn't change anything about my life, but it does help me understand how to push myself in certain directions, if I need to. So yeah, I think with the responsibility coin, um, yeah, that one's interesting. That one's interesting. I find it's like so even like my job. So I guess I'll explain my job. So I'm a customer success agent. So my role is so I work in a tech company too, and it's business to business. So whenever they buy, we have so many products. We have like 60 different products. So it's crazy, but we work in it's really boring regulatory and compliance space. So it's like just making sure you have your documents organized and stuff like that. That's the kind of software we have, right? So it's like quality management software. So
Mhm.
when businesses buy our products, this is also for the viewers as well. I'm explaining this. When business buy our products, they have an onboarding project. Dave, I'm sure you deal with onboarding stuff. Um, yeah, so yeah, they buy a product and it's a whole project of getting that product embedded in their organization and it working perfectly fine. People are trained up. They're they can their staff or employees can adopt it. So it's a whole thing. We have project managers that get involved. We have account managers that support them. We have technical consultants too, and configuration engineers. The whole department of people doing their specialized roles to get this project working. I am a floater in between all those departments, and my job is really just to make it work fine. Like when so my job description is to help that customer achieve value at the earliest opportunity in whatever way. So it's like I just have to. So it's like I need to just be proactive and liaise with the different departments to make sure everything works. I need to have conversations with the customer, understand their business goals. So it's driving that kind of towards that goal. That's it. That's my job, and whatever it takes. So the reason I also kind of did that job is because it's like two reasons. I like it being non-specialized and dynamic. Like that was genuinely it. And the two is I wanted to learn how a business works across the board of like, okay, this department works this way. This is also just generally how the business operates as an organism, like these departments relate to each other this way. I wanted to get that big picture because my future goal is to have my own, because I did business psychology. I want my own business psychology consultancy essentially, and to go, and like I want to be able to go into any business, any industry, and be able to like have like kind of top down effect of like changing things with businesses. I'm really interested in innovation, so I want to go into that. But I just thought part of that is understanding the foundation of just getting an insight of how business works. So it just seemed like a good role to just jump into. And the other part of it was I may see a different job that I prefer by like being connected to different departments. And the cool thing about this company is we work across multiple industries, whereas aerospace and defense, healthcare, manufacturing, like all sorts of industries. So all of that, and I've, ever since I've been young, I've always had that kind of impetus with my decisions of like, I just want to be in like a dynamic space, a dynamic job role, dynamic environment where like I'm yeah, and like it was kind of an issue I had like with careers day when I was younger. So I was like, I can't pick one thing. If you let me pick one, like I can't see myself doing this for a long period of time. And that's an issue I had at uni, is why I kept switching from like neuroscience. I was like, I can't work at a lab. Psychology, I can't work as a clinical psychologist because it's like the same thing. There's a little bit of variety, which is what drew me to it, but it's not enough of like, I just want to like, I ultimately just really like making decisions and just like seeing the effect of the decisions. And it's like whenever I see myself boxed in a particular thing, I've always had an issue. I've always felt this, and it's been conflicting because I always felt like I was supposed to find something. You're supposed to find your passion, and that's something that Alex Hormozy kind of talks about in this video, where he was like, he had that whole thing of like, you're supposed to find your passion and you're meandering trying to find it. And he, at some point, he realized, no, you can just kind of just get going and figure stuff out as you go. And like, that's, I kind of got to that point as well. I was like, I'm just going to just get going, figure stuff out. I love working in the business kind of side of things because it's like open-ended, and you can, there's lots of freedom. There's so much freedom. It's not you're doing this thing for the rest of your life. You can transition really easily. It's yeah.
Bro, you'd be such a pain in the ass to type. Like what you just said, it's so OE, like all of that. Like I like to work here because it's dynamic and I get to see all these different. There's different ways where I touch different businesses and stuff. And then I was focusing on neuropsych, and now I'm jumping to this and blah blah blah. And with your social types, like being the opposite of your type too. Like NI is usually like specialized, right? Usually like geared towards that.
Yeah.
And TI is usually number one or something like that, but you have the opposite one of those. So like
exactly.
I think anyone try. It's too bad you didn't join later and we had a chance to type you, because I'm pretty sure the whole community would have fucked it up. And be like,
I think so. Every time if I do meet someone in the community, or like they don't know my type, I kind of am curious to see what type they have for me, and it's always wrong. It's always wrong.
Yeah.
And that's also a thing of like comparing with myself with my type twins is also what helped me see the two, because if it was just the double activated OE, then they would also kind of be the same. But I do see, I don't necessarily see that them doing, wanting the same thing and doing the same thing. So
gotcha.
Yeah, it's interesting. It definitely explains some things. But yeah. And the important thing I think the hierarchy aspect of it is probably the worst part of it, because on one end, I guess like Dave and Shannon are just saying, look, this is what we see in reality. People are respecting this aspect of people, and there's some kind of like hierarchy just from reality, which is like, so I can appreciate that. But then I think it's the least helpful part, because that hierarchy doesn't tell you anything about you necessarily. So like, just because someone is a number one doesn't mean they'll end up number one, right? So it might not actually tell you anything about your social type that's worth knowing, like that there is a hierarchy per se.
Makes sense.
So yeah, you still have to do the work. You still have to just do the work essentially.
think we have a question. Let me read this. How's it going? Dreaming, meditating. Good to see you. How was your MBI typing journey going? I'm a little confused by the question. Like typing people, you mean? Or yeah, I'm actually not sure how to answer this. I don't know which journey this is.
Yeah.
But like with typing people, I don't do it much, so I wouldn't say it's much of a journey if that's what you're referring to. I do need to get more involved with that, but it's but thank you for your question. If anyone else has any questions as well, feel free to leave it for us, and we'll check them like periodically through here. And it's about time for another shot.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
And we also, guys, we might be getting a special guest.
By might means we will.
Yeah.
At some point.
Just keeping you on your toes. Yeah.
Surprise guest.
Yeah.
All right, my friend. This is number 3?
Yeah, number 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cheers.
Is it getting any easier? Yeah.
Maybe once I get drunk, it'll be like, let's just taste like water.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Man, time flies. It's really like, All right. Do you have any insights on 3?
I think it might be one. I think I'm probably a 3. So yeah, any insights on the 3s? I can just kind of tell you my experience where I feel like my brain naturally wants to pick one thing and just explore everything within that bounded like context there. Yeah. Because to me, for one, I get a kick or I get some sort of satisfaction out of mastering stuff. And there's a feeling of like safety and feeling comfortable when I got everything in this one thing. Like feeling there's no missing information. I got everything figured out. And I can just build on something from there. And for me, it's the feeling of like being a kid and building a fucking Lego masterpiece, and you're just building on it and everything like that. And so for me, my brain, the reward system is hooked up to doing that. Having multiple stuff, even if I'm not going that deep, stresses me the fuck out. And for me, for each of those like different things that I'm like having to be responsible for or whatever, they all have like an overhead cost. And so it's like managing 5 things, but not really doing that much or going that deep is way more costly for my brain than just spending a fuckload of time down one path.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think I don't know if that, there's a lot of TI and NI built into that. So I don't know if that's what other 3s are experiencing necessarily, but you kind of feel at home with depth into one area, which you could also feel that way with OI sometimes as well.
Yeah.
So that would be my take on it. Manny, do you have any insight on the 3 thing?
Yeah, no, that matches a lot of what I heard from other 3s too, which may not have the same parts as you. It's like interesting because it's like there's 2 levels of diversification. The 3s will diverse in a thing, so it's like they are diversing, but it's in the thing. And then the 2s will diverse kind of like externally. It's like so it's 2 different ways of like kind of diversing, and it's the mastery thing is something I respect that, because something I'd been trying to figure out for a really long time. And I think one thing about the social types as well is getting feedback from people in real life, like what are they, what are people telling you? And my girlfriend's been typed as ESFP, consume, play, sleep, so like very OE. And something she like complains to me about is like, she's like, dude, you juggle too many things, and because you're juggling too many things, you're not doing it fully or completely or whatever. And it's a compulsion. It's like, I do want to just focus on one thing, but then it could be a couple of things. It could be an itch to like do something else, or it could be like a stressor of like, oh, this thing is like burning, like this thing is this thing's dying. I need to focus on this. And there's a huge cost, because the best approach is like, you want to do something that you get deep enough that it's stable, and that's something
It's almost like I just imagine you having like, as a 2, just a bunch of plants that you just making sure that they have water and some soil and stuff. Whereas like the 3 has like a bonsai tree that they're like clipping every day.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah. It's so weird. And it's weird being TI and not actually having any skills.
Right.
Like my
Being
and this,
TI, but having to be essentially TE in a way, right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's weird because I've always really liked TE when in like the sense of like everyone like there's the whole thing Dave and Chan saying where like T's dumb. But I've always been like that doesn't make like TE's great. I love it. It works in a very kind of like effectiveness type thing. I like that. I like the whole approach of always having this equation in your head that you're fitting everything into. So it's I always see it as leverage. So if I can cover and this is also an issue with like me mastering things, I will I will focus on the leverage I can get out of it. Like I need to know what the and this does sound NI, but I need to know the outcome. I get if I'm just doing it to do it, like I just lose that interest or I lose that focus on it. There'll be something else that gives me immediate leverage that I'm like, oh, I need to do this because this will have like more of an immediate outcome. Um, so it's I think that whole equation in your head. I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but it
Yeah.
feels like
It feels like the somehow being like more TE focused and more DE focused is somehow being narrowed into some sort of like path there. Like it looks like you're all over the place, but there's actually one sort of route that this is all kind of coming into
yeah.
somehow. Like you have
Somehow, yeah.
something narrowed that in order for this narrow thing to work, I have to do all of this stuff.
Different, yeah. Yeah, it does. It does. With my manager at work, she was doing this kind of like it's like this assessment thing where you look at different skills someone prefers and like what direction they want to go, in their job role or whatever. And she was asking me about like, okay, like so we're gonna plan where how you develop. And she was like, what's is there because we can take ownership of particular industries to like become subject matter experts. So she was offering me like an opportunity to like specialize essentially. She was like, okay, like let's develop your strengths and let's pick something you can focus on. And she was like, oh, what do you want to do? And I was like, first of all, like I don't care what industry or what it is, like I don't really care. But one thing I said to her was like, but I do want to work on my weaknesses. And she was like, oh, okay, like why? And I kind of explained, and I've always had this thing making really bad decisions because I'm just trying to develop my weaknesses. And that's like a consistent pattern of like, I'll do something that works against me, but it's because I have this fear of I need to be flexible. If and I need to cover my lower, like I need to cover um my my prefer like what I don't want to do so that I can do anything. This is I don't want to be I don't ever want to not be able to do
So
something.
like the root of it is flexibility.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the root.
That's the
It's like
narrowed in thing. Okay.
exactly. And I've made like just my girlfriend's like there's so many times where she's like, why are you doing this job? This doesn't help you in your career necessarily, or this
You're
doesn't
like, I
help.
got a plan, okay?
And I'm just like, yeah, it'll just be like, I'll explain that, like, oh, I just wanted to challenge myself. Oh, this is different. Like, I did like this door-to-door sales job. Like, it was horrible. But I was like, I need to do that so I know that I can do sales stuff. Uh, like, I worked at a bar. It's not. This is the thing. When people say like, oh, when you do something, you kind of you grow into it or whatever. I didn't necessarily grow into it. I was just doing it and it was like I don't like this. This is stressful, but I chose to do it because I knew it would be that way. So I end up just making decisions like that. And after a while I'm like, oh, I did it. Why did I that was so dumb. I was so
Yeah,
dumb.
but I mean, you're
It's
learning
just the
probably
fear.
so
The,
much,
the,
and
the fear is if I do what I like, I will
die
be
off,
sorry?
die off.
A little bit. I guess
More
that's the
progress,
end
you know?
outcome. That's
Yeah.
the I guess that's the end outcome.
You kind of
But
like fade away, right? Because you're not covering all your bases, right? And you're
yeah,
not
yeah,
safe. Not safe there.
yeah. It's like there might be something else, and
Mhm.
I won't be ready for it, kind of thing. So
Right. Okay. So there is like an NI behind it, despite all of
yeah,
the OE. There is like an NI kind of running the
yeah,
show. I mean, it makes sense to me. I mean, even though you say, yeah, you're making a lot of the wrong choices, but like by throwing yourself in so many situations, there's so much that you learn from that. And then I think like after doing that for so long, you do get realizations from that as to what you should actually probably be going
yeah,
towards, right? Like
yeah.
so you're throwing chaos in your life in order for there not to be chaos, essentially, right?
Yeah, that's been it.
Yeah.
That's been it. It's really weird. But yeah, yeah.
All right. We
Yeah.
got another question. Just wanted to specifically know how you're doing and how you're feeling about your MBTI. Well, hey, thanks for asking. Well, I feel like that's a long speech there. But how I'm doing? It's been up and down last couple months, but hanging in there. MBTI journey wise, yeah, it's always a struggle. Like trying to blast and trying to be responsible for FE. I think blast wise, there's always steady progress. Just I think from my nature of my work, I have to blast for a living, so it's always getting a little bit, but it's like at a turtle's pace, but it's getting there. And then with FE, yeah, I don't know. It's been in a weird conundrum lately where I've just been like hyper focused on it to the point where it's almost just being in like a demon FE tidal wave all the time, to
Oh,
where I'm just like overly aware of it, and everything is just super exaggerated all
oh,
the
wow.
time, where I'm just constantly like, yeah, what does the tribe think? What does the tribe feel about this? Blah
That's
blah
so
blah. Oh
interesting.
no, like, and so it's just, I think it sucks, but I think it is a good thing because I think for me, my kind of philosophy is to achieve balance in anything, you have to go to the poles to find out
Mhm.
where the middle is, right?
Yeah,
So I think being in that is gonna, as much as it sucks, I think actually teach me where the kind of the middle is,
yeah,
and
yeah.
so I'm. So anyway, in short, I'm making progress, but it sucks.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, same question to you, Manny. How was
Yeah,
Blast last life? How was Lead?
yeah. Yeah, same. Similarly, I guess my job role isn't as blast oriented as yours. So it's, I guess, I'm
It kind of
blast.
is though, right? Like it is like you are managing, you are controlling the tribe,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Maybe not
Yeah,
with speech so much, but I guess like in a way,
yeah.
kind of.
That's it. Yeah, it's basically that. I'm taking on some aspects of blast, like the
Yeah.
kind of being proactive, getting started, kind of controlling outcomes, but not as much teaching. Not as much teaching, which is actually a little bit something in my job that I wish I could do more. Um, because there's some aspect I wish I had more ownership of the customer than I do, which there's some companies where the customer success agent is also the consultant of, like, teaching them how to use the system as well. So I wish I could do that as well. But yeah, it's not part of the job. But yeah, I think in general though, I think, yeah, blast is also just like you said, just managing the tribe, and getting started, the whole
Yeah.
getting out there and doing stuff.
And
So
it's also kind of like, well, it's not even your blast function, really. Wait, no, you're making like, is it functional to where you have to actually fix stuff, or is it more FE where you just have to kind of make the customers happy and smooth things over, or is it like, is
uh
it more T or is it more FE what you're doing? What's
it's
your
it's both. It's really both, because they might not be happy about something, and I have to, like, talk to them about it. Because the whole we need to make sure they don't terminate the contract and things like that. But I also have to be in a lot of tech instances. Like, there'll be calls that I have to liaise, that I don't know what's going on. Like, I'm not the
Oh,
tech
those are rough.
person, but I need to, like, mediate the conversation.
Yeah.
So it's so weird. But I'm there to see that things get done, and then I just need to know everything's happening. So it's
I
both.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good, man. That sounds like growth. Ready for another shot?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
When I start feeling this, or whenever you start feeling it, either way, maybe we'll slow it down to 20 or 15 minutes or something.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is I think my parents got this from Pisa, and when I put the shot glass down,
Oh,
it
is that the
actually,
Tower of Pisa?
yeah, yeah, it actually leans when I put it down on the table. It's pretty cool.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Cheers, man.
Cheers. I always look up to see your
Actually,
facial
wasn't that one was actually wait. Oh, hit me later. I was gonna say this one was better than the last one, but it wasn't.
expression.
All right. I need some more water. Do you mind running the podcast for a little
Entertaining
bit?
the crowd.
All right, I'll be back.
Yeah. Oh, I can't see any questions though. Can I? Oh yeah, I can now. Cool, cool. Yeah, what's up, guys? How's everyone doing? Yeah, I wonder what Uzair. I mean, wonder where this guest is. Let me. One sec. Let's see. When do you think is a good time to pull in our guest?
Maybe we'll cover the topics and then
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
and
Let's
then we'll
cover.
just say, and then I think Uzair also wanted to talk a bit about social types, so maybe we can bring that back
Yeah. Yeah. We'll
more, and
bring.
he can, because I think he has some. He's been thinking about it quite a bit, so he probably has some good
He
stuff.
always. He's. Yeah. Yeah. He
Yeah.
always has a big old NI blast ready for whatever. Cooking up something.
Okay, let me reset the timer here, and what the fuck? Okay. All right. Yeah. Shall we move on to AI?
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it.
All right.
Right.
So I guess we can start off with. Are you worried about AI?
No, I mean, so I guess it depends. Like AI, I think. So in terms of like stuff like Chat GPT,
Mhm.
I think that stuff's awesome. I think I'm on the side of the argument where it's like it will definitely change what jobs we have, but we can just adapt as people.
Mhm.
We can just adapt. Like rather than you doing the task, your job is learning how to make Chat GPT do the task, and the people who have high job skills would be the people who are really good at knowing how to make Chat GPT do stuff,
Mhm.
right? So I'm very like I'm more on that side of that. The only thing that I was a little bit like, oh, that, which is fine. It's not actually an issue. It's like how we evaluate um, what's good, like what person is like skilled and what person isn't. I think over time it will be more clear of like what market value someone has in the age of AI. But at the moment, it's a little bit we're figuring it out. I think.
Mhm.
But that'll just work out. It's a whole case of like, oh, I want to compete. I want to know what that competition looks like, and as it becomes more common, yeah, it'll just kind of do its own, it's
Right.
natural.
Yeah, like it's. I guess the second stage is that AI starts doing the work, and then like the people are basically going to direct the AI in different ways. Like for
Yeah,
instance, the the AI that can make shoes. I watched some video on this, and it was pretty crazy. But I don't know what the technology was, but basically, like 9 months ago, maybe not even a year, I don't think. The AI would make these shoes based on the data you would give it, and the shoes just look like shit. The images didn't even make that much sense. They're awful. 9 months later, it's making some pretty legit shoes, and they look pretty good.
yeah,
And not only that, but you can feed into it not even like shoe specific thing. So you could say like make a shoe using the concept of love in the movie Aliens, and it'll make a shoe that definitely represents that. And it's a shoe that looks wearable. I mean, there's probably more that needs to go into it as far as the design. Maybe you could
yeah,
just make images at this point, but it's like it's increasing like really rapidly, and I think the rate of acceleration itself is even going up. So it's going to be here probably quicker than we think. But
yeah.
yeah,
That's
to your point, I think like um, yeah, the next step is that AI is doing stuff, we feed it, but eventually the AI will be smart enough where
To just
even we're limited by our ability to feed it, and it feeds itself better.
yeah,
And then AI just has basically
just
everything, you know.
yeah,
And things like if you're, fuck man, I feel bad for artists because you know
yeah.
AI is already doing stuff that's better in so many ways, and a year from now, even better than
Don't
that.
say
But
that. That's
it's true though. Like you're not going to be able to really compete.
yeah,
And it'll be where like artists are now going to switch to feeding AI to doing stuff, and then eventually the AI will be able to. So like money for art will no longer exist at some point, which isn't a bad thing because if you think of what art originally, or I don't say originally, but the spirit of art is self-expression, right?
yeah.
Not making money off of
Good
it.
thing.
You
Yeah,
use your self-expression to pay your rent, right? But you probably shouldn't be doing art just because you make money from it, right? Art's too difficult to just do it for money, right?
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Sure.
so it becomes what it in its pure form, which is just self-expression, and you do it just to do it, not
Yeah,
to
yeah,
wow people or
yeah,
whatever. So like
yeah.
art now becomes like something you do on your own. Maybe you show your friends, but not something that you have the pressure anymore of it having to be as good as this other guy or whatever, because it's already the best and you can never compete anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
You
Yeah,
just do it because it's nice, right? And
yeah,
so
yeah. That's a really good take.
that
That's
could
actually
be a positive outcome for that. But I'm looking forward to the AI because I think I probably won't have to work anymore for it like fairly soon. AI is doing everything, and whatever value the AI is giving to a company, they'll have to tax that and give us back what they would have normally given a salary to with somebody, right? We'll get
yeah,
that back, and then we can just fuck around all day. But therein lies the danger because a lot of people are going to go nuts not having work that they don't know what to do with their own free time. We haven't lived our lives that way, so we don't know how to adjust to like doing stuff for leisure. Like hearing people like, yeah, if I don't have work, I get bored. And it's like, what the fuck? I mean, that's a normal thing. I don't personally understand their half. Like I'm trying to get away from work, but
yeah,
but there are people that like a lot of the meaning that they have in their life is going to be their job. And when we get to where there ain't no jobs, our society is going to have trouble transitioning, and there's going to be a lot of probably mental health issues and a lot of craziness. So I don't know. How do you feel about that?
it's yeah. No, what you're saying makes perfect sense. I think I may be one of those people that like
Oh, oh man,
because
what are you going to be responsible for now?
because I had like I don't really like I had issues of developing hobbies. Like I just couldn't develop hobbies. I was always restless. I always needed to be productive. And
Mhm.
yeah, fine. It's like a little bit of a challenge to just enjoy, like just do stuff to enjoy it. I mean,
Mhm.
I think part. I'm interested though when we get to that point. Maybe we'll just learn. We'll just adapt and learn. So it's not. I'm not like I definitely will be fucked. But if 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 that was taken away, it would be a bit of an adjustment for me. Um, but this is the thing. I guess there will always be stuff to do. It'll just be
Yeah.
different. I guess.
You'll just be deciding what there is to do, which to me sounds great. I get to,
Yeah,
I could
and I
literally
think
just fuck around all day for the rest of my life without a job, and I'd be perfectly content. But just
interesting. Yeah,
looking forward.
yeah. The thing is, I think I would create. I would create a job out of
Yeah,
fucking up.
which is
I would.
basically what fucking is or having a hobby, right? You're kind of creating a job for your own, in a way,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And I think uh, Naval kind of had the same viewpoint that you have on AI of like once it fully takes over. No, he didn't really say this about AI. He was actually just talking about us as human beings being so efficient at getting all the engineering stuff done
Mhm.
that we have all the free time. So it's the same thing of getting to that point of free time. He was like, we'll go to what we always actually wanted to do.
Right.
So that's his take of like we actually that is actually what we wanted
Yeah.
to do.
Go back to
Um,
like tribal times in a way. I mean, what are you gonna
yeah,
do all day?
yeah,
You're gonna hang out with
yeah,
people, right? You know, or
yeah,
like crazy VR technology or whatever. You're gonna be socializing and you're gonna be doing hobbies. Like that's gonna be your
and
life.
and really that's funny because then the fours become the top of the pyramid.
Right.
That's
That
it. Like
becomes the
that's our
advantageous
core.
side. Yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty
that's true.
funny.
Now the fours are they're
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah,
I think also I think the bit about like AI being dangerous. Now I'm not like an expert and like I have a software engineering background, but I've never done anything with AI. So I'm probably
yeah,
completely talking out of my ass here. But I don't think AI is going to be dangerous in terms of when it gets to a certain level of intelligence, it's going to try to kill us, right? I think people tend to assume that it's at some point going to turn human, which it's not, right? Like it now another biological race that has been bred by evolution potentially could kill off other races for its own survival, right? Because that's what evolution does. If you don't have that within your organism, you don't survive, right? And that's why humans are like this, right? We care primarily our own interest and the interest of other people, right?
Yeah.
And if we didn't have that, we wouldn't be where we are now, right?
Exactly.
So we have that in our own programming
Yeah.
to do that. We have the ego, we have all of that.
Yeah.
AI is not being created by evolution or with that survival mechanism in it, right?
Yeah.
That has you have to actually build that into it specifically.
It's called the selfish gene theory, right? By
Right.
Richard.
Maybe I don't know about that one, but the thing is, when people say like, well, you know, we code the AI to do what we tell it to do.
Yeah.
And then somebody might say, well, then the AI is going to learn to code itself. And it's like, yeah, probably. But now what direction does it code itself in? What's the goal? Yeah. Well, it's going to code itself to survival and kill everyone. No, that's the human mindset. It's not a human. It's not going to. How it programs itself is not going to have necessarily an innate selfishness in it because it's not in its program. It doesn't like have any reason to do that. Right now, it doesn't mean you couldn't build an AI that had that built into it, but you'd have to do it specifically.
Yeah.
Who's going to build an AI like that? Probably maybe some rogue, crazy Unabomber type of guy. But in response to that, you have the rest of the world with their AI knowledge that can build an AI to kill that AI, right? So it's like, I'm not too worried about the whole AI when it becomes smart, it becomes a human asshole theory so much. Yeah, but maybe I'm there. I don't know.
No, you know what's really cool? So I've been chill about that too, but I didn't think it through. So I'm like, oh, this is what double observing is. Like you're like okay with it, but you actually are like, okay, like what would happen? I mean, I was just kind of like, I was generally like, well, it's just an assumption that they'll turn evil. I don't know. I'll just leave it at that. And but you actually thought it through. So I feel more confident in me.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, it's good. I think, the only thing I guess with AI, this is very TI, and maybe you've had this feeling of like, not even AI, but things like Neuralink and like just the whole symbiotic merging with like tech and then everything and us like becoming part machine, part human, whatever. I'm like, but I still want like ownership of myself. Like there's not that ego of like, but I still want to like be great. You know, I want someone to be like, oh, that person did something good. Not like, oh, you know, he just like it's like hard to distinguish what's actually me and what's just my tech. Do you get what I'm saying? Like when everything just merges into one, how do we like give credit to like someone that, you know? So my TI is like, hey, I want to be significant still. I don't want my significance to go. That's it. That's
you want it to be a race of who gets the best technology either, right? Like it's like using steroids in like MMA or something. It's like, oh fuck, he's got this steroid, I gotta take this shit too.
Yeah.
So I gotta be up here.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. So like I think one could argue that so when you said like, okay, do I get credit if I have these things? Is it really me or is it the machines? I think we could say that even now. Do we even get credit or should we even get credit now?
Yeah.
I mean, who we are, you both know about how Eastern philosophy looks at the ego and stuff. And who we are today is not like our own, right? Like who we are is on our family influences, genetics, ideas we've heard, and we can't really take credit for this either.
We can't. No, you're right. You are right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
If you zoom out,
so, it's probably not that comforting though. Like that doesn't probably help the
because I guess in my head I'm like, even though I know I can't really take credit, everyone else does it. So like
there's gonna be credit given, right?
So I'm like, yeah. I don't know, but it's a small problem. Like just still wanting to maintain significance. The bigger problem is when people care about like losing their jobs or like potentially like AI getting like, you know, evil or whatever. But since, you know, so this is a small thing. this is like
Yeah.
it will be significant. You know?
Honestly, the like bio modification to me is more of like I would be more worried about that, I think, than the other things, just because
Yeah.
like especially with guys like Elon who will just have the balls to just try something even though it hasn't really been tested to its completion and it just kind of runs with it.
Yeah.
Imagining inserting something into your brain and then just assuming, they'll mix together just fine. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know that the psyche or even biological makeup is not going to have some weird side effects. And are you going to be one of the people that gets his stuff and gets one of those bugs? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess that just comes down to just really good testing for these sorts of things. But I think in general, like enhancers, I think I'm just going to stay away from. Not even because of the buggy thing, because I think they can test that out. But it's just like I don't want that to be my mindset. That I need to be smarter or I need to perform better. I need to like I'm losing what my goal should be, which is to be happy, and I don't need a neural link for that.
Yeah.
Or maybe I do. Maybe it just pumps dopamine in your brain. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think genetic like or biological modifications for health reasons, like I could see like, yeah, this thing like basically cleans the toxins out of your blood or something. I'm like, okay, I might do that.
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah.
But like brain enhancements and stuff, it's like, even though I'm like, man, could I have some like sick like telekinetic powers or something? There's part of me that's like, that might be cool to try out.
Yeah.
But it's I'm losing what's really important.
You could see it kind of like supplements, like, and we're into our supplements.
Yeah.
You could see it that way. But I get what you're saying. It's a bit more. It is a particular mindset. It is a bit of a particular mindset. You're literally modifying yourself to kind of meet the demands of your external world.
I'm just being more of an IP by getting this in.
Yeah.
But what you said, well, actually, I don't know if this was directed at this or just AI in general, but like that's also quite. I hadn't thought of this, but like, but what you said makes sense. Where like, what about jobs? Is there going to be like job requirements that we need this particular modification, or maybe you're just not able to hang with the people who've got these implants, right? And then you kind of refuse to. That would really suck. I feel like if you're against it, and it's like. But hopefully AI will be so badass we're not really working anymore anyway.
That's the thing. It's that middle ground.
If that comes first, I don't my fucking brain to go work at this stupid corporation that I don't want to work for anyway.
Yeah. I think there'll be like lots of different things that come out of AI, but the thing is it's coming either way. So it's like whether people don't like it or like it, like I think the best thing is just to adopt the most positive approach because it's coming, so you may as well just prepare.
The cat's out of the bag, man. I mean, they're not going to be able to stop it at this point. It is open source and everything. Like it's the technology's there, and technology you can't delete necessarily. Well, maybe some, but like this, you know, unless you want to just EMP pulse the entire world and just lose everything, good luck. You're not going to be able to stop this. So now it's just about like, okay, we need to really think about mechanisms to like kind of go through every negative scenario that could happen and have some kind of mechanism set up for that. Like what if we do have like a rogue AI or something, maybe a military thing that like, you know, some country has, like, how do we dispatch with that? Like, how do we have to build AI to protect us from other AI? You know what I mean? How do we implant motivations and goals? Do we have like, you know, there was a Asimov book called I, Robot. I don't know if you read that. But I think too. But it talks about the 3 laws of robotics or whatever. And like the first one is like, to protect humans at all costs. The second one is like protect something else. Third one is to protect itself. And then it has this mechanism to where like, you know, basically the one will always override the other ones and stuff like that. And so they'll have to come up with stuff like that.
Yeah.
At least think about it now, even though we don't have like AIs that are self-aware yet. I mean, that's going to be like pretty close.
Well, I assume it'll come. And that's I had a thought, but it's gone. Oh God, I don't think.
Well, hey, while you're thinking of it, maybe we should do another shot.
Yeah. I mean, this won't help, but
okay, you're probably right. Fuck!
I almost spilled. Okay.
All right. Cheers.
Cheers. That one was for you. That looked a lot easier to drink.
I actually wasn't. I was preparing myself emotionally because I was like, okay.
No, it's definitely gone. I can't remember what it was.
Oh yeah, sorry, that was a bad idea. Actually,
No,
that
no,
would
it's fine. It was about time, anyways. Yeah, yeah, AI. Yeah, I think I am kind of looking forward to it, but also I'm like, I'm part of me is like, oh, all the plans I had for my future, maybe they'll be irrelevant because like the world will change so much that maybe it just is. But I think the beauty of feminine AI is like it's fine. I'll probably
yeah,
adapt.
you could like make the plan's more of a personal one that's kind of independent of what happens as well. Maybe
Yeah,
independent plans for just for yourself and where you go just as a
yeah.
person.
When
Then
I
you don't have to
was,
worry about it, right? Like,
yeah, yeah. When I was really young, that was like my approach. Because when I was really young, I was like when you're like 9, 8, and you mentioned that you were like, I want to be a scientist, like that kind of age where you're seeing stuff and you're just like, I'm gonna be this, I'm gonna be that, and I'd
mhm,
have things like I'm gonna do this in the future, but I'd always have this very single observatory. Like if I see stuff on the TV of like a kid with cancer or anything like that, I'm just like, oh my god, like I could have this, I could die early, like
yeah,
anything can happen. So I was like, I was when I was really young, I was like, okay, I can't really depend on a specific thing. I need to be I need to like be independent of that.
yeah,
So yeah, that was my thing of like
right.
finding something that doesn't rely on the world being a particular way.
Yeah.
But
I mean, probably like sorry, I don't know if this is shitty advice or not, but probably looking at like the plans that you have, like and looking at like, okay, what am I getting out of these plans, or what's this supposed to do for me? And is there a way
yeah,
for me to get that without these plans?
yeah, yeah,
You know?
yeah, yeah. No, it's good. I think, and a
Because
lot
if
of
it's like if it's safety, is it contentment? Is it something
yeah,
like that? Usually that stuff is something that can be done internally,
yeah,
completely separate from the
exactly,
plan,
yeah,
you know?
yeah, absolutely. I think, man, it's really hard because
Yeah,
sometimes I'm in
easier said than done.
yeah, easier said than done because there's also like the attachment to the world of like you're just attached to kind of society a little bit. So it's like killing off that attachment. And a little bit is like dharma. I don't know if people know there's this concept
Mhm,
um in I think it's Hinduism, but it's also in Buddhism
mhm.
and Jainism. So it's in like Eastern religion. Um So dharma, which just means duty or responsibility, and it's a way of having. You can either have it like predefined responsibilities of like if you're like a son, you need to look after your parents. So there's like embedded dharma. There's also dharma in the sense of what's your purpose and like
Mhm.
what based on your life circumstances, your karma, your experiences, you might have a particular purpose, and maybe um, for how do I think of it? Maybe because Viktor Frankl ended up in a Nazi concentration camp. His dharma was, can I get out and share what I've learned about like how I've got through this? Based on
Yeah.
his experience, his purpose emerges. And some of my goals are more like, and it's easy to delude yourself and say, "Oh, this is dharma," but really, it's ego, right?
Yeah, how do you know, right? Yeah, it's tough.
That's a whole thing I need to work out.
Yeah.
But some of it is even like separate from my own, like I'm getting something or like I'm gonna be happy. It's like,
Mhm.
oh, this is just important to me,
Yeah.
and whether I even get it or not, it's like so important that I want the world in this light. Like this is whether and for some people that dharma might be environmental stuff, and maybe they're not gonna single-handedly change the world, but if that's like their purpose, that's the direction. It's more of a direction thing where, hey, I can plant a tree, whatever. So I'm kind of excited, kind of on the side explaining that to the viewers too, where dharma isn't, it doesn't have to be an outcome. It could just be like this is the direction I'm going. um
Mm.
so
It's like,
yes.
yeah, will your dharma be at risk with like technology?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Right. So that's the thing. So, but it doesn't matter then, because then if the Dharma isn't relevant, then that's fine. Because it's not even if your dharma is to beat cancer, but then you're in a world where cancer doesn't exist anymore. That's fine. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's not.
Well, this would be a good question for Dr. K, actually. It's like, what if, like, whatever your dharma is, and the world no longer is it's no longer required, no longer is available because of changes in technology, and like
Yeah,
maybe he's probably already answered this. It's like, do you have to have a dharma? Is
yeah,
that like important? Is that like, is it like Viktor Frankl's, like, you have to have a meaning or else you're
yeah,
not going
yeah,
to, or whatever, you know? I don't know, but I'm
yeah.
wondering.
I think
What do you think about
no one's. I don't think I've heard anyone ask that in that way. But
that?
the
Mhm.
closest question was, I can't remember the specific question, but he did answer something that would relate to that. I think he has said that your dharma is just dependent on where your life is at currently. So if the world had changed, you would be in a particular situation, and then your dharma would be whatever the situation determines.
Okay.
So for some people, it's like, oh, I have this job, so now my dharma is just I need to do this job well. And I think he's also said to someone, your dharma doesn't. There's no scale. There's no, oh, this is a dharma and this isn't. It could be literally like, oh, I need to like see my mom. Like that
Okay.
is, yeah, that dharma is as valuable as, oh, I need to change the world. Like there's no, you don't put it on a value spectrum. It's just whatever is relevant to you. And I think part of that is your natural motivation. Because, if you just, if for some reason you're a number one type and you naturally have that inclination, then maybe it's like, oh, let's just make the most of whatever is inside of you. And, you may as well use that for something good or something like that. Yeah. So I guess that's he hasn't answered it directly, but I think that's some answers he's given that might relate.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a little more dynamic than I guess I was probably
Yeah. I
thinking.
guess.
Okay. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
And that's what I like about Dharma, that it is dynamic. It's like wherever you're at in life.
Mm.
And there's no value spectrum. There's no, and that's what allows you to just, you know, you can remove your ego from it because it's
Mm.
not, doesn't really matter. But yeah, it's tricky because I have to be careful I don't pull my ego into it, which does happen.
Right.
It's, but I have to keep pulling away.
Okay.
This might be
Makes
a good segue into meditation insights.
Oh, they're gonna say a shot because that's what I was about to recommend.
Yeah,
Actually,
for
I
sure.
don't know if it's been 5 minutes or 15 minutes, but either way,
Yeah, let's do
let's do it.
it.
How you feeling? You feeling it yet, or not so much?
I feel good. I think
Okay, so that's a
I,
yes.
I feel after the first shot, I was like, ooh, I felt that. But I feel like I've stayed at that level, so pretty good.
Oh, that's good. Okay, cool.
I don't know how you're feeling with
And
your
I wouldn't say I'm getting into tipsy land like a little
nice.
bit, but I'm also these shots are taste wise they're taking their toll a bit. The last one didn't taste that bad, but then afterwards I felt like
Yeah. All right.
all right. Cheers.
Yeah.
I should have actually gotten like an actual chaser or something. Oh, maybe we do have one. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna check the
Yeah.
fridge.
That's all good. Let's see. Oh man. Oh yeah, I'm just seeing comments. I feel like us decide. I can't pull them up. Sorry. So I'm sorry, Zach. Can I pull it up? No, I can't. So Zach said, I feel like us deciders are much more chill about AI than observers. Um, yeah. Yeah, I was just reading Zach's message. I can't pull it up, but yeah, he said, I feel like us deciders are much more chill about AI than observers. Yeah, I haven't actually spoken to anyone about AI, so I don't even know. I don't know how observers feel about it in general. I see AI stuff and I'm like, cool.
I have a bit, and actually, and maybe they're hiding it. I don't know, but it doesn't seem like I wouldn't say the people I've talked to freaking out a bit. They are a little worried about it, but I haven't like.
Yeah.
I've talked to Daryl and Eric about it, both the Sleep Blast version of your type or Sleep Blast play, And they were like, they had their worries, but they didn't seem they really freaked out about it so much. Right?
Yeah.
But maybe also being NT maybe helps a little bit,
yeah.
right? Because it's kind of an NT
Thinking
issue,
it's
right?
a little, yeah, it's in that realm.
Because there's deciders that are also freaked out about, like famous ones. Like I think Elon's like, yo, this is going to be really dangerous, right?
Yeah,
I think
he is.
he's mentioned that.
Yeah, he is. I think
So,
actually being freaked out about it could also be a double observer thing, because you're actually thinking it through as well, and you're
coming to the conclusion, like a steady conclusion of what can happen, and you're still not able to double observe your way out of it. And then you're like, oh,
yeah, exactly.
dude.
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll see what
it's just, the thing is, you can't do anything about it anyway. If it does doom the world, like I'm not gonna worry about that now. Easier said than done. Even if like we're all gonna die, like, well, we're not dead right now, so I'm good.
Yeah, I have a friend at work. He was talking about the whole Ukraine-Russia situation, and like if it escalates, and like because someone else was saying, oh, what if, just kind of single observing, and like what if we end up with nukes coming our way? And then my friend, this is what he always says. He's like, it's not my problem. And then when it is my problem, it's definitely not my problem. There's nothing I can do about it, regardless. As soon as there's this rule, like if you see like the mushroom cloud, if your thumb is smaller than the mushroom cloud, you better run towards it rather than run away from it, because
If smaller than the mushroom cloud, then you run towards it. Oh, because you want to die. You don't want to like live with radiation poisoning. And
exactly. Yeah, it's gonna be so drawn out, and
that's a good thing to remember. Okay,
just get
smaller
it done.
than your. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know how accurate that is either. But if I see a mushroom cloud, I'm like, okay, let's go towards it. Let's do it. But yeah, I've had so many apocalypse dreams. It's crazy. I almost look forward to it.
We have like I can relate to that a little bit in some areas, but like, dude, we kind of have our blinders on. Every day we're exposed to something that can completely fuck us up. Every second of every day, a plane could just crash through this fucking apartment right now. Right? I can cross street the other day and don't see somebody, and I'm paralyzed the rest of my life. Like thinking about these things in the future, like they're already here. You could fucking die every second. No, sorry, that's probably gonna freak people out. But you gotta like accept that at some point,
Yeah.
Like, you're not safe now either, actually.
Yeah.
Easily be fucked at any point. Anyway.
Yeah, it's like, hey, don't worry about theoretical stuff that could happen. Like you could die right now. Like, yeah, I 100% agree. 100% agree. I think, and like when I was young, I was so aware of that, and I think at some point when I got older, I got caught in the delusion of, oh, I'm alive. You just go on autopilot, but then you just get hit with something where you just realize, like, oh no, actually, anything could happen. I don't know why. I was super aware of it when I was young, but yeah.
I was more of a. Wait, so you had more worries of it when you were young? You said?
Yeah, 100%.
I was like super anxious over everything when I was young. Fuck. Man.
Yeah.
Or shit that didn't even make sense. So it's like, this could happen. This could happen.
Yeah.
But maybe just being exposed to that for so long now, it's like, well, none of it happens. So
yeah.
You get inoculated to it. I think maybe that's the key for people that are constantly anxious at everything over time, to really take all the shit in and to be constantly taking it in until you're like, fuck, I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna go to lunch, man.
Yeah. That's what happened with me with what are they called? I had like a lot of sleep paralysis. I don't know if you've had it before.
It's happened to me like a handful of times, but yeah, it's pretty fucking freaky, right?
It's weird because I think something that happens that apparently a lot of people have when they have sleep paralysis, they also have this weird they imagine like this like witch lady like holding them down and like choking them or something. So and I used to have that, and obviously the first time it happens, I'm like, the devil is real and he's attacking.
Yeah,
like,
the
this
conclusion
is real,
you make. Yeah.
right? That's the first time I'm like, oh my god, this is actually real. And then I remember I was like, that first night I was like, oh man, I'm just gonna think of Jesus. And because I went back to sleep, I couldn't sleep, and I fell asleep. It didn't happen again. Then the second time it happened, I was freaked out again, but I was able to like just think of Jesus again, and just like, oh, good stuff, good stuff. And I kind of pushed through it because it feels like you can't breathe and you're getting choked out while you're paralyzed, and you have to like use mental force to get out of it. And eventually it happened so many times. And I was eventually like, there was, because I stopped like going to church. I wasn't a Catholic anymore. And like, but obviously sleep paralysis happened. And I was like, oh, first of all, this isn't Jesus. This is just my own inner strength. And then second of all, I was like, oh, it kept happening where I was like, all right, like let's do this. And I just like fight with the witch. It's like, let's just get this over with. I just want to get back to sleep. Let's do it. It's that kind of energy of like, been there, done that. It kind of speaks to what you're saying about
you kind of conquered it on your own. Sounds like.
Yeah, you just conquer it, and then you're just like, I know what this is.
Power of TI, man. We're gonna fix it.
Yeah.
We're not gonna ask for help.
I tried to ask for help. My dad was like, go to bed. Like, there's no such, like, the devil doesn't exist. Go to bed. I was like, I gotta figure this out myself, I guess.
Okay. It's me and this fucking witch lady.
Yeah, and it's fine. Apparently, because there was a period when I was like 14, 15, where like, and even 17, 18, where I'd have it like every day, and could be like for months, like just every day.
Shit. Wow.
And I learned that it can also happen because of stress. Like, it might be kind of a stress thing. So
yeah,
I think when I was 17, 18, I was stressed because I actually failed, like, before I went to uni, because at UK you have like A levels, and it was hard, and I failed my year before going to uni, and I had to repeat the year. But it was like intense, because I was like, I don't care, like, I'm gonna do this. And it was a very stressful period, so I understand why I was having sleep paralysis. And then maybe when I was 14, 15, maybe it was like school stuff. I don't know what it was. Maybe puberty. But I haven't had it in a while. I might have it once, one-off, once a year. But it was
just like, oh, this shit again.
Yeah. Yeah, like, oh, this again. Oh, my old friend, I've missed you.
But damn, dude, that sounds like a nightmare. No pun intended. Just fucking all the time. Just when you go to sleep, like, oh fuck, not again.
Sometimes, because after it happened quite a few times, sometimes it'd be like, oh, what happens if I just like let this thing like restrict me and like choke me? I'm like, oh, and that does sound like a little bit like BDSM. But
what if I just liked it? What if I was like, yeah. She's like, what the fuck? Okay, I've never come back now.
So like, I would let it happen. It's like almost in your whole body, but then after a while, it just feels like a massage, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Like, thanks, witch. Oh yeah, right there. That's
yeah. It's weird, and then I'd be bored. I'm like, okay, let me just get out of this, and then I'd push out.
That's incredible though, man. You're able to figure that out yourself, and you're puzzling through it, and I think that's really cool. I think we both have that, to where I don't know that other people were necessarily super anxious more than they were as an adult when they were young. Most supposed to be like the carefree moments, but dude, I was a fucking wreck, man. And I had like full blown OCD symptoms. I had to do things in 2 or 3s. I would spend like 30 minutes trying to adjust this stupid towel under our glasses after I unloaded the dishwasher to get it perfect, and just like shit like that that lasted years, man. And but I'm not like that now at all. But like, it took a lot to get past that. But it was.
Yeah. How did you get out of that? Like, what was the process?
So I asked for help, actually, which is weird because now I don't ask for help. But back then, as a kid, I just went to the counselor. I'm like, hey, I'm having these weird things where I do this and do that and blah, blah, blah. He's like, okay, yeah, I have to get permission from your mom. And I called my mom. Mom was like, nah, it's fine. I won't give you permission. And then mom never even communicated or even asked me about it, which was weird. So I had to deal with it on my own, kind of like your dad's situation.
Yeah.
But it was just like, it's mostly just, it wasn't anything really that clever. It's just exposure therapy. Like, I knew if I didn't adjust the dish towel right, even though I felt like everyone that I loved and knew would be killed, and I knew that wasn't going to happen. But you feel it though, so it's different because when you have that disease or whatever, and I was never diagnosed, so I don't know if I actually had it or if it was just anxiety presenting itself that way. But like, you feel that something really fucking bad's going to happen.
Yeah.
Intellectually, you know it's not, but the feeling is going to override that every day. So I knew that. And so I would just like, okay, I'm just adjust it for 10 seconds and then I'll walk away and I'd walk away and I'd be like, oh, no, walking away from the shit. And I just had to do that over and over. And then I guess like early 20s, it was completely gone. I still had things where I had to like check my door if it was locked like fucking 10 times, even though I knew that I locked it.
Yeah.
Things like more minor stuff, you know? But eventually just through exposure and just like letting myself be scared of something bad happening. And then eventually your brain learns, oh, it didn't happen. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Your brain is kind of like just like dumb in that sense where it's just looking for feedback. It tosses some shit at you and sees how you react to it.
Yeah, that's it.
The brain, if you react to it in a negative way, it flags it for something that's important that you focus on more. If you don't react to it, it writes it off, right? Just with like negative, people have trouble with negative thoughts all the time.
Yeah.
The reason you have negative thoughts is because you don't want to have negative thoughts, right? If you have negative thoughts and you just like realize that they're thoughts and then just like have them, your brain eventually realizes, okay, these are not important. We don't need to keep throwing these things out here. Because your brain, when it comes to thoughts, it's just generating bullshit. The thoughts aren't actually you or what you want or anything like that. They're just, your brain is just static. And your brain's tossing them out and seeing how the other part of the brain reacts to it. And then writes that down. Because it's just like, and you already know this stuff. I mean, you've researched this as well. But for people who don't, like, if you have issues with like negative thinking or you get really dark thoughts, like for one, everyone does. And two, they don't mean that that's how you feel or that's how you really think. Your reaction's more important. So like, let's say you're a parent and you have a kid and the kid's a lot of responsibility. And one day you have a thought, oh, what if I just fucking ran away? Like, what if I just did that? Now, what is your reaction after that? Is your reaction like, fuck yeah, let's do that shit? Or is it like, oh God, fuck, what if I did that? That would be horrible. Yeah. That reaction to it, oh, that'd be horrible. That's actually what you really think, not the part about actually leaving your kid. It's not real. It's just, your brain just throws shit out there. Like, it's not to be taken seriously. So.
Yeah. And
anyway, I'll talk some box about that, but
I think that nuance that's really important for people to get out of being stuck with stuff, because like even one of my insights with anxiety was like me not wanting to have anxiety is what creates the anxiety, because your mind it's more of a meta thing of your mind it's not the thought or the thing you're scared about. Your mind is addicted to the mental activity. So the more you go against the anxiety, the more it keeps
validating it,
because it knows you're gonna be like, I don't want this, and that tension is what your mind likes. You get used to tension, and it becomes that is your normal. So to get out of it, you just go into the anxiety.
Right. And your mind doesn't understand the resistance as meaning that you should get rid of it. It only understands it as focus.
Yeah.
And so whether you want it or not want it, the fact that you are judging it and doing that, you're telling your feedback to yourself that like
it's something. It's interesting because it just the brain, you could just like, there's also saying like neurons that fire together wire together. So it's like whatever you're doing to feed that neuronal activity, you think, your brain is very like computer like. It's just dealing with like activity. Doesn't matter about the nature of it. You're wiring it like just like how you said with every reaction. Every reaction wires it in a particular direction. Either you're growing into the thing or moving away. Always. So it's which is very empowering, because then it means like everything you're doing right now does matter. It does matter. So
absolutely. Well, with that, should we shot and then segue into meditation stuff?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Well, I actually haven't done that much. Do you remember last time we had like the whole?
I was thinking that. Yeah,
we were drunk as fuck last. I don't even remember half that last podcast.
Yeah, it was good.
The one we did with the OP videos was really great. The first drunk podcast. Do you remember that? Where we're just shit talking OPS videos and stuff with the.
Yes, I remember that one. That was a really good one. I only really remember. I know this is episode 6, but I only really remember 2.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Which one? The first one, I guess, and then
the OPS one, and then the last one.
Ah, okay. I barely remember the last one. I know we had Janet came on and we talked for a bit, but I don't remember that part.
Yeah, yeah. I think I guess maybe they all blur into one for me. I
Right.
think
It's
us
usually
doing
talking
it.
about the same shit every time.
Sorry.
Like we talk about the same shit kind of every time.
Yeah.
Anyway, but with more nuance each time, at least I would think.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
All
All right. So
right, let's do it. Cheers.
cheers.
How's it that time?
Pomegranate. It smells like tomatoes. It doesn't taste like
It's almost
tomatoes.
like the juice was worse than the actual shot. Almost.
I wouldn't go that far. It just
Yeah.
seems straight up. It actually
Yeah.
helps. I didn't get the weird aftertaste this time, so we're good.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, meditation.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, have you had any new insights during meditation? Has there been any like new ones that you've tried or
Yeah. Yeah.
anything
I think.
in that realm?
Yeah. It's interesting because I have tried quite a few different ones in the past, and at some point, and I actually have to give credit to you for this. I'm gonna do this because,
Oh, really?
like,
Oh,
this was like 2-3 years ago. I'm pretty sure this was like 2-3 years ago, and we were talking about meditation. You were like, try the metta meditation. It's really good. The love and kindness one. I was like, yeah, that's really good. And I think I tried it, but I didn't stick with it. And I was trying
it's hard
other
to, yeah.
stuff like the third eye meditation, and but like a few months ago, I was learning about how anxiety doesn't isn't always from anxiety in terms like fear. Sometimes
Okay.
you can have anxiety come up because of shame. And you can try to
Oh,
resolve it as if it is anxiety and it won't work. And this guy was talking about he had stage fright. Or like,
uh-huh.
when he was on stage presenting, he'd always and he was a clinical psychologist, so he did everything under the sun related to anxiety. For some reason it didn't work. And then at some point he realized, oh, it's shame. And like
Ah, okay.
and like
So the root of it was shame. It wasn't an anxiety issue. It was that the shame
yeah,
caused.
it was
Okay. Okay.
exactly, it was shame. Like I shouldn't be here or whatever.
Okay.
And he was saying, and the treatment for that is metta meditation. Is
Really? Oh,
yeah,
wow. Okay,
that's
cool.
it. It cleans because because shame is like the idea of badness or like you're not good, and having that you loving yourself kind of removes that shame. So
Mhm.
and at that point I was like, oh my god, metta meditation is OP because I think shame also is like a hidden issue of a lot of issues that people have that they
Yeah,
don't realize
I
is
could see
it.
that. Yeah,
Like
totally. Yeah.
if you were just enough and good enough, a lot of the things you're worried about, you wouldn't really worry about it as much, you know.
Right.
And
Mhm.
like I did the meditation. I haven't done it in a bit of time, but I was doing it, and even from like the first one, I was like, oh, this is like powerful. This is really
Yeah.
good. And I was like, oh man, I really should have just taken Dave's advice. Like if I was doing this from like a few years ago, it would have helped with things that were more important than whatever I was doing then.
Interesting. Okay.
'Cause I
Because
think that was,
it helps me a lot, but I'm also like I thought for you it wouldn't actually be like I thought it would be helpful, but for you I didn't think it would be because well for me it's mostly used for like connection with other people and just understanding my emotions, which I mean I guess we both could benefit from that. But I didn't think that was like but there's apparently it has other uses with
yeah, because it's a little bit indirect in terms of like, oh, you're experiencing anxiety because of shame.
Mhm.
Because, for example, I might have anxiety of like, oh, I need to do this. If I don't, and this person's upset at me, or like,
Ah, okay.
then it's
Oh,
like the only reason I'm anxious is because someone being upset at me is like a scary thing because I I have like this sense of shame. If I have no shame, then the whole negative outcome isn't anything I'm scared of.
okay.
Therefore, there's no
Makes
anxiety.
sense.
So
Okay.
it cuts the whole foundation of what you're scared about. There
Okay.
is no negative outcome because it's like, oh, it's just someone mad. Like that is it. It doesn't really
Okay.
matter. You
Wow,
know.
okay. So it's even more badass than I thought, and I already
Yeah,
thought it
yeah.
was badass. For those of you that don't know, we're talking about a metta, or otherwise known as loving kindness meditation. It's a meditation that focuses more on feelings and other people. So it's not like a meditation where you're trying to stay present or focus on your breath or anything like that. It's very like hardwired to your emotions and connections with other people. So it's a meditation where you essentially have sort of statements that you say like that are just like, may you be happy, may you be whatever, may you be at peace, things like that. And you kind of build this sort of positive feeling within yourself. And if you really focus in on it and you have like a good guide for it, you will actually feel this sort of physical reaction to it, like a warmth and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And later on, you start wishing those thoughts, like may you be happy, blah, 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 to other people. And you have those people in your mind. And you start trying to transfer this sort of, I guess, emotional warmth to other people.
Yeah.
And it sounds a little woo-woo, but like it's actually really well documented research-wise, and not only with the outcomes of being more with compassion and things like that, but also like physical changes to your brain and things like that that are helpful not only for emotional regulation and things like that, but also longevity as well. They check like telomere length and things like that. So you actually live longer doing this stuff.
That's really cool.
Probably from the reduction of stress and those sorts of things. So
if you're
not familiar with that, that's what meta is.
Yeah. And it's a really good thing you said the order, because I think this is where the shame thing comes in, because I do it in a slightly different order. I'll start with, because it's like, I'll start with someone I respect. May you be happy, may you have peace. Then I'll start with someone that's a friend. Then I'll do me. And then I'll do a stranger. Then I'll do someone I don't like.
Yeah.
So I start with someone I would have it naturally with, like someone I respect, and then I bring it into myself. So that's the whole removing shame aspect, because you're generating it and then putting it towards yourself to fill any voids.
Sure.
So that's like the self-compassion.
Okay.
If you're, and to be fair, like either order you do it,
yeah,
you're still getting self-compassion and outer compassion. It's just, I think, because Dr. K was like, oh, if you're struggling with your own shame, it's good you can do it in this order. If that's the issue.
The going to yourself first order, I think the logic behind that, and not to say one is more, I guess they have different uses, but the order where you do yourself first, at least for the guide that I was listening to, was like, because you have to build that like that feeling. And at least for me, it's easier to do that to myself first rather than other people. And so having that there still, then I can go on. But if you can do it right off the bat, then it's fine. But for me, the one where I'm focusing on other people and managing that feeling is actually extremely draining and super hard. So like for me, I'm like baby stepping it, where I'm just most of the time at least doing me and then trying to do someone who I think is just amazing. Because it's harder to do based on like who it is, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like some asshole at work or something, I'm not going to probably be able to wish him well. I'm going to want to be like, fuck you. But that'll come with time.
Yeah. I think the way you do it, even though there isn't like a, you have to do it this way, that is actually the right way to do it. My thing is a bit of a variation, I think. And what Dr. K actually said was, he was like, oh, you should start with yourself like last. But because I did have I had like enough self-respect that I was like, oh no, I can, because he was like, meet yourself at your level of self-worth, but like he was like, you can start at yourself last. I was like, oh no, I can feel it even when I'm third, so I'll go with the third.
Oh, okay, good. Okay.
It's like wherever you can hit yourself at. And I think honestly, if I put myself second, I would have been able to do it. But I think starting with someone I respect was the easiest. Like, because you just feel it. For example, like,
so not with respect, but like, so you wouldn't do somebody you like first. You would do it with someone you respect first.
Yeah,
or so why do you do respect first? Do you have
best example I had, first person I picked, I was like, I'm gonna do it for Dr. K. Like, this guy's helped me. Like, you think of like a mentor or someone that's like given to you, like someone you're like, I watch this guy's content and he helps me. I have nothing but love. Like, this guy's only helped me. So then you just can do it easily. You're like, of course I want the best for this person. This person's done cool things. They've helped me. And yeah. And then from there, I think then I can just go to me. But does that make sense?
Yeah,
of
yeah.
like,
No, that
I'm
makes
using
sense.
the word respect, so it makes it a bit
Yeah,
more.
I guess the terms of how you
Yeah,
view respect, I guess is it's different. I guess like yeah, for me it like I can't even do it for all my friends very easily. But there's certain friends that it's easy to do it because they're like some friends that they're your friends, but there's still some shit you don't like about them. You know what I mean? So it's like
yeah,
but some friends
yeah.
are easier. Like my best friend back home, super easy. My boxing coach, who's no longer with us, very easy. I even did it with you very easily as well.
Oh, nice,
I've had
nice.
you in there too. That's not too much
Yeah,
personal information, but yeah, there's some people you're just like, there's nothing I don't like about this person. Med is going to be very easy in this case. Like, you know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Um,
Who?
for when I go past that though, it gets really difficult. Maybe
Yeah,
just insider, but yeah.
yeah. No, that make no, no, that makes sense because like I with the mentor one, like the respect one, it like has to be a particular person. It's not so I don't do it easily either.
Okay.
It's just if I pick the right person, then it's easy for me to funnel it. So I'll just if that makes sense. That makes
Yeah, it
sense.
makes sense.
But yeah, I could. I yeah. I'm curious now to try with myself first, just to see what
Yeah.
happens.
I mean, I don't think it doesn't seem like it's necessary. For me, I just do it with myself first because it's easier to build the feeling that way.
Yeah, yeah,
And then even the guy that I do it with, or guy, there's a video. He kind of says like, yeah, if you lose that warmth or that light or those emotions or whatever, bring it back and start wishing yourself well again. And then when you build it up, and then you go back. But maybe he's also an IP, so like it also
yeah, yeah.
it's also
Bring
how
it
it
back.
is.
Just bring it back to yourself.
Yeah, right. Just
Yeah,
that's the easiest one.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah. The cool
Cool.
thing
Any
is,
other cool things you've run into or?
yeah. So one thing, yeah. There's been a few. So I've mainly been doing more lately Wim Hof breathing, which isn't really meditation, but it's just something to kind of get you into that space of like
It kind of falls into it. I mean, you do
those
have to
kind of,
really focus, like
yeah,
with breathing stuff. I would
yeah.
still put that under meditation, maybe. Yeah, sure.
I'll take yeah. It's also because it's a little. It like forces me into that relaxed state, so it feels a little bit like cheating because it's quite intense. But I've just been doing it because it's quite if, like quick and easy to do. Because the reason is because I've been waking up really early. Like I wake up at 5, and I'll go for a run and then come back. And I need to do something that's kind of quick and
Yeah.
effective. So I've been doing Wim Hof, just because it
Nice.
works. And then I've had, but I have had like some meditation insights, and I write them down after I meditate as
Oh,
well.
nice. Okay.
And some of them, there's nothing crazy, but it's things like realizing that um, like when I'm so one of the things I mentioned was like the whole anxiety thing. The more I don't want anxiety, the more actually it comes. So
Right.
and then the other one is it's like sometimes I have, and I don't know if you have this too, but as you're meditating, because your mind is more calmer, you actually start processing things more because you're actually so calm that, and I don't know if it's because I'm quite an anxious person, but like I'll be able to process things really clearly. So I might actually spike with some random things, right?
Okay.
And
Okay. I actually don't have that experience
you
with
don't
being
have,
able to.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's I feel like I can think really, really clearly. It's like this
Okay.
weird
Oh,
thing
that's
of
good.
like, but I have to. It's bad though because I have to avoid the trap because it's almost like a trap of thinking again. It's like, oh, my mind is now able to think really effectively. Now I want to think about stuff, but it's like, oh,
Mhm.
I need to avoid
And then you
that.
get wrapped into it again. No.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So it's a weird.
I
It's
guess
a
it's
weird.
also like sleep first too, right? Because that's what you're gonna
Yeah.
be geared towards, right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's weird. But one thing I realized is like sometimes I'm meditating, I don't realize some things will be so clear, like, oh, this actually really bothers me, or this is what I think about this. And I used to feel like, oh man, I'm emotionally spiking about this problem. I need to like avoid it or whatever. But what I realized was the only reason I stuff bothers me, the only time where I spike on something emotionally is if I haven't taken ownership on it, and it's my emotions like telling me like, oh, you need to take ownership of this. And
Okay.
I know that doesn't sound profound because it sounds pretty obvious. It's like you're not doing something, but it how do I don't know.
It's like profound stuff is often very obvious, but there's
Yeah,
like a realization where you like, because there's all kinds of profound shit that you think, yeah, that makes sense, but you never internalize it, right? And it
yeah,
becomes
yeah,
profound when you actually like, oh, now I really get it.
yeah. And
You know
it's
what I
like
mean? Like,
the experience of it. It's like you
yeah,
actually experiencing it. You're like, oh, okay, this is.
yeah,
And it was the sense of that because I used to think the situation is bad. That's why I care about it. But it's the actual situation doesn't matter. It's just the fact that I haven't taken ownership of it.
yeah.
Like let's say
Good insight, though.
I know I'm gonna lose my leg, right?
Mhm.
And then I'm meditating, and then I can feel like that emotion of like, fuck, I'm gonna lose my leg. I would normally think like, oh, I feel bad about it because I'm gonna lose my leg. But the realization is it's not that I'm gonna lose my leg, it's just that I haven't done anything about it or taken ownership of it. That's it.
Mhm.
If
Okay.
if I was gonna lose my leg and I have a plan for like, oh, but I'll just do this sport instead that doesn't need my leg. That's taking ownership of it. Like I
Yeah.
just haven't done that yet. I haven't
Right.
like done enough to like accept the negativity,
Sure.
right? So a little bit of a nuance there, but yeah, that was it. It's like, oh man, it's just more about ownership than it being a bad thing.
Yeah.
It can be bad as long as I own it, and it's
Yeah.
fine.
That's yeah. I think people think when they think meditation, it's like, oh, it's supposed to make you happier, calmer, more focused, and all this stuff. But I don't feel like, I mean, okay, it does a little bit of things related to that, but really it gives you the power of observation. And then through actually being able to observe things clearly, they solve themselves. And then you're able to be calmer and more happier
Yeah,
and all this stuff, right? It seems
exactly.
like I feel like I don't really get that same experience. It seems like what you're getting. Like I don't get like those types of realizations from like meditation, like
Yeah.
anything that I can really like truths about life and things like that. I don't really get them from, but I do get like shifts in reality and shifts of how
Mm,
things are processed. I think is
yeah.
what I like. So the most recent thing that I've had doing the Sam Harris meditation app.
Mhm.
I don't know if you mess with that at all, but he okay,
I will now.
yeah, it's cool because it's different than the other ones where because it's like it's not like a full on meditation the whole time. He just throws little like almost koans at you, like little
Yeah.
questions of things like that, or things to maybe pay attention to, or whatever. So it kind of like it shifts the what you're doing meditative wise that maybe you haven't done before. And for me, there's always a focus on the sort of what he calls the visual field, right?
Mhm.
When your eyes are closed, right?
Yeah.
So that's been a big thing is when you're looking, or when your eyes are closed, you're still seeing. It's not that everything's black, your consciousness is gone. You know,
Mhm.
you're still conscious, you're still actually looking, right? You don't realize it. So what that's done for me is it's been a weird thing when I'm meditating now, or even when I close my eyes, I still feel like I'm seeing like a bunch of stuff. It's hard to like I'm not actually
Right.
seeing things. I feel like I'm like floating in space and there's a whole blackness sort of
Yeah, I got you.
like a
Yeah.
different visceral feel when I close my eyes now.
Yeah, I
So
got you. Yeah, that makes sense.
funny thing is that now when I have my eyes open, it's kind of the same thing where I've noticed that the peripheral is now taken into account more than it used to be.
Okay.
So that doesn't seem like that's that big of a deal, but I would argue that it is, and here's why. So I think I read some research on this as well, but I had this thing when I was younger, and this is like a super decider issue, where like if I were walking outside and there's somebody else coming, and this
Yeah.
person had something about them that would stick out in my mind. Maybe it's like a cute girl, or maybe it was someone that is weird or something. I don't know. My brain would like hyperfixate on the person,
Yep. Yeah.
and it would get so bad where I could like I forgot how to walk, and like my walking would
Yeah.
get weird, and like
Whoa.
it would like disturb my mental
Yeah.
faculties for even for walking. Like it was,
Yeah. Wow.
so
That's
I would get
intense.
out. Yeah, like have you ever been like seen like these video game competitions and you have these like really nerdy dudes walk across the stage and they always have like a weird walk? It's because they're so focused on people looking at them, they fucking forget how to
Oh
walk.
no. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
And so like I had that, but the way I got out of it was, and I don't know where it came from, but like I was like when I was focusing, I was like, even if I wasn't looking at them, there was a attentional focus there. But when I
Yeah.
would like widen my gaze out and I would still look at my periphery,
Hmm.
I no longer had the issues.
Yeah.
So it wasn't even me trying to ignore the thoughts or the focus that I had. It was just branching out my visual field in a way where I'm looking at everything and it would evaporate.
Yeah.
So there's research on this actually. When you're in a fearful state, anxiety state, your vision sort of narrows or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you can, if you can have it, a little trick is to actually prevent that from broadening your perspective or broadening your vision.
Yeah.
And now it's doing it automatically because of this meditation, which I think
Yeah.
will alleviate anxiety, fear, things like that. So these are the kind of modifications I feel like I get from meditation. These little things like that, where I'm just the way I'm reacting to stuff and viewing stuff and processing stuff completely changes. But I don't get like necessarily intellectual insights from it so much.
Yeah.
I only get those when I process stuff.
What you just explained
Yeah.
makes perfect sense,
Yeah.
because I think there was another meditation I did which is very similar to the outcome of what you did with Sam Harris.
Yeah.
And it's a meditation called noticing the faculty of hearing, or noticing the faculty of seeing. And with like visual stuff, when you meditate, you're trying to see the seeing, and what happens is you're like looking at it from a peripheral standpoint. And what you're and Dr. K explained it like you're learning to um, his how do I explain it? So he was trying to explain to someone who was so someone was getting feedback from the world, and it was affecting their self-worth. So he was trying to train someone to see a difference between who they are, the perceptions they're having, and then their ego. It's really hard to explain, but so essentially seeing the seeing was a way of separating perception from reality. So I'm butchering this explanation really badly, but
Yeah, it's when you're like seeing something, it's an assumption. This is, but when you can see that you're seeing, you can see that it's like more subjective, maybe, or
it's along those lines of like I've almost got it. Okay, so effectively, it was kind of like in the meditation, you're learning to see your perception as an object. You even seeing something is an object itself.
right.
So when you separate that, you naturally learn to. It's like taking a step back. So you like learn to distance yourself with everything. So it's like you could do that with your emotions. So it's like the same way, like when you have emotions, the goal of being a bit more meditative, or like even in CBT, you don't immediately assume your emotions are coming from you. You like distance yourself, like same with the disruptive thoughts. But you learn it on a perception level. So like it's so grounded in the way you perceive reality that you're gonna also do it with more nuanced things like thoughts and feelings. You're learning it even with like hearing. Like you're like, oh, me hearing isn't me. It's a perception separate from me. And I'm processing the hearing of the thing. It's like 3 layers as opposed to 2. So then so it's weird, but it's a similar thing of like when I'm doing that, noticing my visual perception, I'm doing the periphery thing. Like when you're doing it right, you're like naturally seeing everything. And after I did it quite a few times, like a few weeks, I was a little scared because I would start naturally having that periphery view, and I was like, oh shit, is my eyesight gonna be fucked? And I was like, single observer stuff. But I had that, and it's really interesting to hear you explain the anxiety thing of like it actually gets you out of that tension mode if you're looking at things from a wider viewpoint. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and that's kind of the primary thing that meditation does for me is just tension removal, whether it's physical, mental, anything. It just unties knots, but I don't get like intellectual insights from it. I can, after I've had an experience, I can intellectualize it, I guess, but I never like.
I think the stuff you get is more grounding or more long lasting, because I might have an insight which is a little bit useful, but it's like it's very specific. It's a very specific thing. Whereas the things you're getting, which are more grounding, will like affect everything you do. So I think
Yeah,
this
it probably depends on the meditation you do
yeah,
as well. Like I do the open monitoring one pretty much exclusively now, and then plus meta.
yeah,
I
yeah,
think you don't do the open monitoring one. I think we've talked about it, but I think
yeah. We have. I don't. Yeah, I only don't do it because I was taking a little bit of Dr. K's advice of like you have to learn. Everyone has a little bit of a temperament of like some meditations work better for you than
sure.
others, and maybe I'm actually curious to explore open awareness now more actually, um, but something I'd run into is because my mind will do that thing of like it gets a bit active after calming down because it's like, oh, I can think now. The open monitoring, I'm never. It's really, really like it's very like a flickering light. Like I'm never super there when I'm monitoring. I'm either like monitoring and then like thinking something, which is fine, which is normal. The whole point is returning back.
Like you get more distracted when you do it.
Yeah, I'm so distracted. I'm like, there's more effective meditations
Oh
where
yeah.
I'm not as
Mhm.
flickery with it. Like the
Uh,
flicker rate is
that's
better.
the thing. That's why open monitoring is the one you're going to get distracted by the most. In fact, like when you do like zazen or whatever, the first stage, I think I'm probably getting this wrong in the details, but it's a focus on the breath, and then eventually you depart the breath altogether once
Yeah,
you're used to it. So it's like I get it. You absolutely do get more distracted with that because you have nothing to hold on to.
yeah.
But you know, if you
That's the
overcome that challenge, then it
then
can be really nice, right? Because like I feel
yeah.
like you with that meditation is the only one where I can actually completely dissolve in a way where like
Mhm.
I just feel like I'm just in a whirlwind of sensory blah blah blah, and I feel like I just disappear and I'm just kind
That's
of
really
floating
cool.
with just this sort of stillness where I'm just like
Yeah.
I can't really describe. If you've ever done like a the what do you call that tank with the water in it and you float in it, flotation
Yeah,
tank?
no, sensory deprivation.
It's kind of like that where you
Yeah,
just and you feel everything melt where you no longer this is my hand that feels this,
yeah,
this is my hair, this is the sounds. The sensory loses its meaning kind of
yeah,
and you're just in a like a just a vortex sort of thing, and it's a really peaceful like nice thing to enter. But I don't know if you can do that with mindfulness because you are or not mindful or whatever breath focused approach or
yeah,
anything with like a focal object to it. So
yeah.
it might be just something to dip your toes in occasionally and just to see like you like
See,
if
I'm
you're
curious. Yeah,
uh, because
because
like yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I agree. It is like it's a gateway to the purest state. That's why it's the hardest. And I
Mhm.
guess what I've been doing is doing easier ones to like get to the point I can do that. And I think now I'm more curious to do it because of like all the other ones I've done. So it's like this is the next thing, trying to get
Something
get
that helps with the open monitoring stuff is posture, and what you're doing helps a lot too. Like if you lay down, it's going to be really hard to get distracted. If you're sitting, that's easier. If you're walking, it's much easier. So it might be something to think about as well.
yeah, yeah.
If you can just walk without any focus and then just be the walk for 10 minutes or something, way to get outside too. I don't know. Could be just some ideas, but I understand. Yeah, working up through it. If it's like if that's your meditation, that's like the hard. Like for me, that's meta. The one where I'm like, fuck that one.
Yeah.
That one's
That
tough,
one,
man. Like yeah,
yeah. That one was like it really surprised me because it hit me so quickly. I didn't have to like do it
yeah,
a
right.
few times. It just hit me. I was like I was like I think I cried or like I had
I can totally
like
have
I was at the level. I was like, oh man, like this hits. This really just gets. But I think
that.
what
This is
helped.
that good shit right here.
Yeah, yeah. I was like, why am I only doing this now? But to be fair, when you first mentioned it a few years ago, I did try it, but I
Mhm.
made and it didn't hit as well. But I think maybe doing meditation over the years put me at a place where I can do it more
Yeah.
efficiently or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
But it
either way, there should be no pressure. An idea to have maybe it pops up late in your life where you feel like you're ready to do it. But there's no need to be like, okay, now I've got a plan to do this because intellectually this should be.
yeah, yeah. You've already won me over. Like I want to do the open monitoring one. You've already accidentally SEFE pulled me in just by
Oh, I
talking.
didn't tell you. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, give it a shot. For me, it's mostly just because like that's actually the probably the easiest one for me. I don't know if it was technically in the beginning, but I
Yeah.
just that's the most pleasant for me. So probably for me, I need to do a different one actually.
Yeah.
But
No, if it works, it works, and I think it is the ideal one, I think. Because like you said, all the other ones, the more things you're focusing on, the more you're not actually that was one of my insights
yeah,
while I was meditating. I was like, "Oh, any meditation I do isn't the no mind state. It's just a way of avoiding more mental activity, but it's not taking it away." And those are
yeah.
the meditations I was doing when I'm doing something. So, but that one legit is like taking you into that no mind state.
It
So,
gives you like the things I've noticed from it is it gives you a sort of like kind of a I don't want to use the word centeredness because that's used too much and it's not what I mean, but like you don't get trapped in stuff anymore. You know what I mean? You don't get like everything is noticed. You don't like, like if I get angry, I'm never just angry and doing shit. And I'm like, right now I'm feeling angry, and then whatever. Or like, as soon as there's any tension from maybe work, maybe I need to send an email real quick. You know when you need to do something real quick, and you're like, motherfucker, and you're like,
yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
As soon
yeah,
as that tension goes up, it's detected, and then it's relaxed. So it's like
yeah.
nothing ever really grabs you because
That's really
you're always
cool.
in a state of like knowing that you're being grabbed.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like if I drop a fucking glass and it breaks, immediately you're like, wow. And I feel that, and there's immediate program in my brain now from meditating that says, frustration detected. And it's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
you know what I mean? And then I'm fine. Or
That's
even being like distracted by something. And then like, for instance, like if I go, like if I'm walking and there's like a car coming, right?
mhm.
If a car is like really close to you and it's coming faster than you thought, all your attention is on that car, right? Which makes sense. But like meditating, I guess, puts you in a sense of where you'll see the car, you'll notice your attention is focused on the car, and it makes you think, oh, but you have to look the other way too. There might be
Right.
don't get too incited here. So you're
Yeah, yeah,
never stuck in this way or that way. You're always
yeah.
able to live in a floating sort of way. It doesn't solve
That's
everything. The one thing it does not do is like it prevents your focus from being pulled away, but it doesn't like laser your focus. So it won't help
nice.
you with focus at all. It'll help you from choose it like from being pulled by automatic forces
Yeah, yeah.
to react to
Yeah.
focus, but you won't be able to like
Focus. Yeah,
do
yeah.
your work more effectively because you're able to zone in on your work. It
Yeah,
doesn't do that. So
doesn't
that's
do
one
that.
thing. That's
Yeah,
probably what I need to focus on actually because that's where I struggle. But
yeah. That's really interesting. I think that's a cool thing about meditation. The stuff you will do things. You're just like your brain will be just so much aware of stuff that you'll fix problems subconsciously. Like you're not having to put any effort into fixing something. You will just know, oh, don't do this. Oh, that's what that is. Don't do that.
yeah,
And it's just yeah, it's so cool.
it's
Um,
nice. Yeah, we're upgrading our software. That's the way I like
yeah,
to.
exactly. That's
Yeah, I
it.
see it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Should we introduce put
Yeah,
Lynn?
we can. Let me text you there. And,
Yeah,
he might be watching now. I don't know, but let me see.
and I shall entertain the crowd. I was gonna pour another shot, but let me see what there's no more comments at the moment, but I hope everyone watching is doing well. Um, as
Yeah,
well
I hope we
as
didn't lose anything with the meditation talk. We're not talking about OP as much now, but we will when Uzair comes on, I'm sure. So
yeah. Should we do another shot?
we should.
Let's do
Oh, I noticed also like so I've been doing like yoga 4 times a week, and then we
it.
talked about a group or whatever, but and meta every day and the open monitoring every day. And there's been a nice like so you get like certain tension release based on what you do. Like if you do yoga, your body feels less tense. If you do
Yeah.
meditation, in a way, your mind feels less tense. But doing the trifecta has been interesting because it's like the ultimate relaxation. So body wise, mind wise, and then emotionally, there's a warmth too. So I just
Yeah,
like
the method, yeah.
I always feel like I'm floating if all the sessions go well. I don't always feel like that, but it's like really it's a cool thing where I just feel like just completely
Oh,
kind of at peace in every way. Like it's not a physical feeling, it's not a mental feeling, but it's somewhere
it's just like
like in between.
yeah,
Yeah,
just relaxed. Yeah,
yeah,
that
it's
makes
been
perfect sense. Yeah, I've been like I do yoga on or off. But you just saying that makes me curious about doing it more. Sometimes I'll do it instead of meditation.
Mhm.
But it might be good to just do it and meditation just to see what
Yeah, I think you could. I just do it because I'm getting old, and I don't want to like be like this, shit. And
Yeah.
I'm happier when my body's loose because I just notice when it's not. I don't meditate when I do it. I usually have a video playing, so I'm not like super spiritual. And I do a really easy one because I know I won't do it if it's hard,
Yeah.
for a week.
Yeah.
So I just like do a really stretching one, and it's effective. So I don't need to make it harder than what it is. And
Yeah, that makes sense. The only one I do is like the sun salutations, the 12-step
oh
one.
yeah, I don't know any of the names. I'm a person that probably like does a lot of yoga, but has no idea about yoga.
Yeah. I mean, you just need to do it. You don't even really need to know.
I couldn't tell you any of the names. I just couldn't tell you shit.
I don't know.
I saw a video one time that was super easy by some weirdo fucking Australian dude, and I've been doing that ever since.
Yeah, and I don't know any of the moves, like the names of the moves. I just know what to do with my body. So like
Right.
sometimes I'll read like, oh, someone's saying this is this. I'm like, cool. I just know what to do. I
Right.
just know it's called sun salutations. That's it.
Okay.
Just
All right.
yeah. But yeah, yoga. I want to do the open monitoring one. Should we? Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Let's go. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, maybe I should mix it with the juice. Oh, that's gonna be awkward.
Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, you can try it. Doesn't hurt to try.
I'm gonna fucking spill it everywhere. I know how I am. It's gonna be fucking all over my.
Have you ever tried meditating when you're drunk? I think we spoke about this. I think the answer.
Yeah,
to
I want to say Dr. K recommended it one time, but
yeah, he did. He did. Yeah, he did.
yeah, I didn't notice the difference really.
Yeah, I didn't.
I've only done it a couple times, so I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't notice a big difference. I was like, it was actually a little bit easier. It was easier, a little bit, but it was like the same experience, which is very interesting.
Yeah, same.
Like the end outcome. The end outcome, you might even feel a little bit less drunk, if that makes sense, because you're closer to how you are even when you're sober and you meditate a little bit, which is kind of nice. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. I think I don't know if this is just a side effect of the open monitoring, but you don't get as drunk either. Like you feel the drunkenness, but it doesn't affect your behavior it still affects it, but it's not like not doing anything that stupid anymore. I'm not slurring my words. I can still conversate. The balance is still good.
Yeah.
It has like, we have visitor. Uzair, what's up, my man?
There he is.
What's going on, guys?
Man, you got a nice webcam, bro. That looks really good.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
It's just whatever comes with the computer.
Well, I think your volume is a bit higher than ours.
Oh shit, is it? If I do this, does that do anything?
Manny, talk.
Hold on, that just turns out down the volume for you guys.
Yeah, it's still a little louder than we are.
Your setup is just too good for us.
There should be like
I got it.
in your audio settings for live stream, it should automatically adjust mic volume, but that should be checked by default. So I don't know. Maybe it's not checked. I'm not sure.
No, it's checked. But let me just turn it down from the mic.
Oh, it's a bit quieter now.
I did turn it down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I think you're too quiet. A little bit notch up.
Okay. How about now?
Okay, Manny, talk.
Testing 1 2 3.
I think you're slightly louder than Manny, but I think it's probably fine.
It's fine.
Hey, we can fine tune it. Now we're at 69%.
I think now. Oh yeah.
Nice.
Perfect. Yeah.
Cool. Well, welcome to the show, and we talked about a little bit about.
I've been listening in. I caught.
Yeah.
Like, I saw it late, but then I like 2x'd it, and then I just caught up exactly when you.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
Great.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah. Do you have any thoughts about the social type stuff?
What do Well, I had a little bit of the same reaction that you did of like, is this useful at first?
Mm-hmm.
I still don't 100% know how it's useful, but I think I think my main reaction is that I still don't really get it, and I think as is with like a lot of like their descriptions, when you see it described and then you actually see someone who's typed that way, like even with all the coins, right? Even before with like thinking or double deciding, yada yada yada, right? It's so different when you see it in real life, or like even the few people that we have like typed now in the social types. I'm like, that's that number. Like it's not other than the threes. I think the threes are kind of like make a little bit more sense. So it's a little bit easier to see the threes, I think. But otherwise, yeah, I think the other thing I feel is that like it's also just a bias of like you're typing famous people, right? And so that's like they're gonna have the good traits or like or maybe the extreme versions of the traits of these things, you know? And so like and then the social types I think amplifies that even more. But yeah, so like
that's a really good point, I think, because like I think one is the perfect way to kind of see that tension of like, you know, when a one and I think even within the ones there's such a difference and variation in the ones. You have the ones that are double masculine who are very in your face about it, and they're the ones that are super introverted and more subtle about it. And then it's like, what are the ones because like Dave said, like, oh, you know, if someone's a one and they haven't got to that position, what makes them a one is that they want to get there, but they're not doing it. So it's like it's the whole issue of, and I think the ones are the perfect reference to use because they're supposed to be so much in your face. So anytime you see a discrepancy, you're like judging that, like, oh, why is this person more chill? Why is this person not in a number one position? And I think that's a very good case study to have. But yeah, there is a lot of moving parts. And it's like getting to the core of it. It seems like there's a lot of things that revolve around it that aren't really social type related. So I think over time we might kind of remove those kind of irrelevant stuff. But at the moment, yeah, it's just like a mixture of things going on.
Yeah. So I was thinking of making a video about social types. So I was like chopping up, like I was rewatching the classes about social types, and there's a few things that they say. Like I know what they say is like live and off the cuff, but it makes people not want to be a specific type, right? And so they're like, there's like two things that I don't want. Like I feel bad like decider like calling them out like, but like. But it just this is the stuff that leads people to not want to type themselves as whatever number, right? And so they're like they're talking about one was for like Jordan Peterson. It's like, oh, for someone as intelligence, it's like as such a high intelligence as Jordan Peterson, you would want them to be more like a 2 or a 1.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, then
yeah.
okay, now
I did think I remember that. Yeah.
So
was there? Were you the one that said it was like a caste system or something? I forget.
Yeah.
That's kind of true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit weird. Yeah.
It lines really perfectly. Like the other thing I think about is that like I really think it could have been presented not as a pyramid, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
if it was like just the coins and no hierarchy, but this is what the preference is, full stop. Yeah, that could have been an option.
Yeah, because I think all those things that they're like, maybe they have like an aspect of truth to them. Look, I'm biased, obviously. Like, you know, like masculinity, I was like, oh, just be max blunt and doesn't care. It doesn't matter if people like it or not, right? But just I do think that that's the stuff that will sway people from understanding it properly.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because it's been a bit of it's interesting because I would have thought, and I'm a little bit similar, that I kind of get the sense of the whole hierarchy thing is what's making someone maybe not want to identify with a certain type or whatever. But it's interesting because it's the thing that people have been able to see most clearly, kind of relative to like typing yourself backwards with OP. Your OP parts. So I don't understand that. I don't know why that's happening. Because I would have thought the social hierarchy itself would have caused more issues with seeing. And I don't know. And maybe we're not seeing ourselves properly. And like
maybe there's been actually quite a bit, at least people that I've heard on Discord and stuff. It's actually brought like a ton of confusion to some people, and some people are like, I don't even say they're having like an observer freak out. They're not necessarily observers, but they're kind of like, oh god, there's this new layer to it, and like, well, what social type am I, and blah blah blah. Which I didn't think it would have that effect, but the whole community is kind of like, whoa, shit.
Yeah.
But I feel like okay, this is not really that relevant information. If you have your type, that's really all you need. Knowing this is not going to like add to much, right? It's just kind of like it's just another way of categorizing someone. Like, oh, you have this EJ who seems to really be number one. Why is he not an IP? Well, because he's an EJ. Also, he's this thing.
Yeah. There's less that.
But I don't think it's an identity thing. Like, oh, am I really this type? Oh God, you know,
and that's
oh my God, am I TI and not FI? You know.
Yeah, that's the trap. I think
that
is the trap with it, because ultimately, like you say, it's not. It's different to the 501 because there's less instance of like Shave saying like, oh, you need to be the opposite. It's like, oh no, it's just the way you are. There's nothing to do about it.
It
So
feels
it's
like we're leaving OPS a little bit with this stuff because it doesn't follow the pattern of the other coins and stuff. It's kind of like an extra thing that kind of don't know what to do with it, because all of the other stuff is very functional, right? It's like if you have this function, and this is where you should point yourself.
Exactly.
Like, oh, by the way, we've noticed that there are people in these categories that don't know what to do with them, but you know,
it's just the way.
I think the good and annoying thing, anytime there's like a change, or like let's say there's like a mistyping or whatever, right? It's like, oh, it's like good that they're admitting, you know, that they're wrong, let's say, or whatever, or not just them, just anyone, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then there's a little bit of annoyance of like, oh, man, I knew it. You know what I mean? I knew. And so I think it's like the same feeling I have for this is just like, it was so obvious. I think that there's like a lot of people that are typed as like an IP or like, I don't think this person is like a, you know, egomaniac or whatever, right? It's just like versus a lot of people who are typed like as DE or as an EJ. It's like this person. It's like I really have to squint to see like, oh, this is a desperate idiot, and then this guy in the corner who's not talking to anybody is the egomaniac. You know, it's just like, or it's just like, I think that's like pretty obvious to see. You know what I mean? And then
if you've ever had like an EJ dominate the conversation for like 60 minutes, you would think that they're the IP, right? In a way. You know what I mean? Like it's like, wait, I thought this was this seems more egotistical than what the IV's doing in a way, right? Kind of like differentiate. But I guess seeing like where it comes from, which is not, I guess, not so easy.
I think there's just like a lot more coins out there, right? And I think like David Chan will say like kind of like they'll say the right thing, right? Which is that look, we're just trying to type people objectively, and maybe there's gonna be other things. All we care about is like just typing. Like, can we, with this lens of this NI, can we see the same thing, right?
Right.
And so like that, I think like, and they'll go back to that, but then when they'll have like an actual normal conversation, they'll completely like forget that. I think that's where the confusion comes, which is just that like there's gonna be a lot more other coins, right? Even just like the big five, like conscientiousness is kind of like leaning towards like one and like whatever responsibility and all that sort of stuff, which is completely absent from OP before, right? Which is just like this thing that we all can see, like where does that fit into this framework?
That's very true. And I think
potential for other spectrums of things that somebody could be more of and not more of, and things like that. I mean, we have 6 billion people in the world. Probably even 512 types is not going to accommodate for all the differences among people. I guess like the core of it comes to where like, okay, are these the meaningful coins? Are these the ones that need the focus? Because there's potentially unlimited of these things, right? Have we identified the ones that matter the most? You know what I mean? It's just like when people say that they think OP is not real or whatever, it's like it's not really something that's real or not real. It's just like math isn't real or not real. To say somebody is more on the spectrum of values versus like logic, that's not really something that's provable. It's just a way of categorizing somebody.
Right? It is. Exactly.
These are parts of the brain that typically are not necessarily in sync, and you have one more than the other, right? Are you more focused on what's in front of you, or are you more reliant on the context? Are you more S or N? There's nothing to prove there. Like it's a meaningful categorization of kind of what's going on. And there's potentially unlimited of these things, right? So, it's just like I don't know where I'm going with this or what point I'm trying to make, but it's just like
no, that's a good point.
I guess what you were saying is there's a lot of different polycoins.
Or it's just like point, right? You're saying what's true is there's gonna be binary coins, right? Even if you just like take a sports team, you can't be both offensive and defensive focused, right? Those are
Exactly.
diametrically opposed, and so you can then classify teams into playing a certain way or the other, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm thinking about what you said about, you're noticing things previously of like, oh, someone's an EJ, but being very self-oriented or whatever. And it's that feeling of like, oh, was I being like, I was right. There was something to it. It's like feeling of like I was being gaslit the whole time. I saw it and no one believed me. But now it's like, oh yeah, there is another layer to explain this. I think that's probably for a lot of people who are a social type that's opposite to their 5112, and they're like, I've been telling people that, hey, this is me. And now it's like, okay, yeah, people have been gaslighting the whole time.
Yeah.
So.
And no, you're not that. You're an ITI. You're supposed to be this way. Like, okay. I guess you know me better than I do then.
Yeah. Also, almost worse than the gaslighting is that like we as a community just look stupid, I think. Because it's like this is like everybody can see this thing like, oh, this person
right
is like this, and no. But according to OP, it's this. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh.
And that's the thing, and it's really bad, but it does show that we're just using whatever's in front of us. So there is no really seeing reality. We're still relying on Dave and Chan to like see reality. So the whole thing of being less biased isn't really working as well. I mean, it's still working in some way, but it's not completely working if we aren't seeing this ourselves. You know what I mean? So like, why? Yeah.
But just to like double, can't tell if this is double deciding or double observing, is that we want, like, anytime there's new information, like the social type stuff is just like, oh no, just tell it to me now. It's like, oh, it's not ready. No, I just want to hear it. I want to hear it, right? And so if you're gonna have that, then obviously you're gonna have incomplete things. You're gonna have like things that are not, you know what I mean? You have to have revisions later on. And I think everybody's preference is to hear things first rather than to wait until it's done. And so if you're gonna have that preference, you're also gonna have to deal with this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And people are going to expect perfection, right? Like if Dave and Chan say it, it has to be 100% right. If they fuck up somewhere, then they're no longer our cult leaders, right? Like, you know what I mean? And it's just like, if they can either give it to you when it's completely fleshed out, all that stuff, or they can give it to you now and there's going to be bugs in it, and don't freak out about it. Like this is an evolving thing.
Yeah. I like the fact that I think Austin did a post about like, oh, should we use the word responsibility? And like, I think there's a conversation about like the terms and using different words. I think Benjamin did a video about like a different view of the social hierarchy, but they're all really good conversations, I think, of like, let's tweak this, let's make this make a bit more sense, not make more sense, but just fit reality a bit more easier. So yeah, I think, like you say, it's still work in progress. So yeah.
I think so. Just to like kind of wrap up about like initially, my impression was like this. I don't know if this is like very useful, but like now, kind of like talking to people about it a little bit more, I do think that there's some like practical thing, because it's like it's almost like I was just thinking in terms of like all the different types of that. It's like, oh, you only have one life to live. ... If it's just 4, like you got to spend it with people that you love. If it's like 3, you only have one life to live. Like don't waste, don't like die, right? Don't like be homeless, don't whatever. I don't know what number 2 is, and then like 1 is obviously is like classical. Just you only have, like live it the best, or live your dreams, or like whatever that thing is, right?
Yeah.
So I think like that can kind of like you can use that to pull out like certain base values, or like
making better decisions. Yeah, that makes sense.
I think it all boils down to like just a guess, like survivability in a way. Like what tool do you think is going to allow you to survive in society? Is it going to be like having a whole group around you that's supporting you and you have those connections there, so in case something happens, they got you? Or is it like being at the top? So like, I'm at the top of the heap, then I'm the fucking man. I've got all the resources I need. I can do whatever I want. And then like nothing can touch me, right? If I'm responsible for everything, then like, basically I have the support of the people that are like under me to some degree, right? Like I'm I'm the guy that everyone's looking for to do this, and therefore they got my back, right? Like, and then for 3, if I can just get really amazing at this thing right here, then I'm needed by other people, or I have some use or something. It's probably like viewing it in very decider terms, but in a way, it's just like, what path or what like RPG character do you feel like you need to pick to survive, or your to like, you know, be able to get everything. For security, I feel like it comes down to security in a way.
Yeah, and that was, which actually is kind of makes sense. I was gonna say that was very close to what Benjamin's video was a little bit about, but now I'm saying it makes sense because they're both ISTP, maybe. Okay.
Yeah, right. But I mean, I guess you could also say that about the functions as well, right?
Yeah, you can.
You know what I mean? If you're DE, your strength is with the tribe, right? You know, if you're DI, your strength is building up yourself. You know what I mean? If you're OI, you're gonna organize the fuck out of everything, so nothing can touch you, right?
Yeah.
If you're OE, you're gonna know everything and have every experience, so you're good. You know,
like. Yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that's because like having the hierarchy assumes like, especially like the way the fours have been spoken about in that kind of like, you know, chilling, floating around. But I think Benjamin's video was kind of also showing, okay, like the whole, if you have a lot of friends and likable, you're super popular, and having popularity is like along, you know, it's a very significant aspect of like hierarchies, you know. So it's kind of putting fours in that competitive frame of, hey, they have the world in their, you know, behind them if you're like at the top of the social. And I think he was like shifting some people who are like Oprah, for example, who I think has been put in like the one category under Dave and Shan, but he was like, oh no, she would be the highest, like along the 4 spectrum, because like she's super, everyone loves Oprah, you know, everyone loves Oprah. So it's
also
like
FE, right?
Also FE too. And I wonder if like there's functions that have like a bias in each number. But yeah, FE too.
Do you guys feel like we're just all DI at the end of the day?
I mean,
are we all just, are we all just making these decisions ultimately for ourselves, even if it's DE?
Yeah.
Are you doing this for your benefit?
I used to say that to people all the time. Like people will be like, "Oh, you're so nice," or like, "Oh, like this person."
I'm nice to you because I want something. No.
Yeah, or like not that. Yeah, a little bit like that.
I'm fucking with you, but yeah.
There's the people who are really nice, the people who I actually respect. I don't care about anyone else. The people I actually value are people who are psychopaths. I was trying to decide if it was sociopaths or psychopaths. Psychopaths who don't feel the reward. It's like something altruism where they when they do good things, they are actually doing it without a good feeling. Everyone else, you're actually getting a reward from it. But if a psychopath, or like there's a guy he was like a really good person, and then they found out he was a psychopath. Like he doesn't feel any like positive emotions or whatever. He just like he learned to do good things. It's like an ethical code without any. He doesn't feel it. He just knows I need to like do good things. Those people I respect. Everyone else,
there's nothing in it for him, really.
Nothing in it. Yeah, nothing in it. Everyone else, you're all
incredible.
Yeah. So that's it. I think that's
like the true morality is in the psychopath that does good things.
Yeah. If you can, and it's. I think Jordan Peterson, he said something like, "Oh, you know, if you're like a weak person and like you're nice, you're not. It doesn't really mean anything because it's like a safe position to take. But if you're like
to some degree, right,
a strong person, or like you have like a bad history of like being harmful and you choose to be nice, then that's like a genuine, valuable thing because it's like effortful and it's like it's significant. So it's along the same vein of if you naturally do it because it feels good, then
and maybe we're all DE.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No time for another shot, Manny?
Yeah. Let's do it. Maybe. I'm kind of glad we're not. I think previously we've been like in a worse state. So
not that bad, actually. I mean, I don't even feel drunk, actually.
Yeah,
a little bit looser, you know what I mean? But like not like.
I'm glad for Uzair's sake we're not like
Probably. Oh God, wouldn't that be like we're just like, hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah.
I just wanted to tell you that I love you, man. That's how I get when I get drunk. I don't know how y'all are. But...
All right.
All right. Cheers, man.
Cheers. Okay, I guess Uzair.
Actually, I have a random question now. Uzair, I know you don't drink.
Yeah.
Does that force you to like? I wonder if that's like a growth opportunity actually, because you have to go to social events like sober. And I wonder, like, does that like? I wonder. I feel like that would be more helpful because you have to actually learn more how to socialize and be comfortable in situations. You don't have the comfort of alcohol. Do you feel like you actually get like more from that in a way?
I mean, I can't compare it to what the alternative is, but I definitely feel grateful that I've been in a situation where I can just because I think what the people who really get messed up, because I've never drank, so I don't even know what it's like. I think the people who find it really difficult is that like when they know what it's like, and they also feel, because I also, and the other thing that I find difficult to tell is I can't even tell when people are drunk because it's just like I don't have a mental concept of it
drunk,
unless they're really like sloshed, you know?
Yeah. That's pretty interesting. Yeah.
And then it's also easier for me to be like, to me it just feels like, oh, everybody's loosening up, and then I can loosen up too, you know? And so it's like it's easier for me to just like, otherwise if you've been drunk before, you're like, oh, they're that thing, and then I'm here, you know what I mean? Whereas I can just like move with them because
it's also nice you haven't had like these embarrassing drunk experiences where you're just like almost yelling into some girl's ear that just wants you to get away and you don't even notice, and some random girl comes and pretends to be your friend to get
I have plenty of embarrassing sober experiences like that, you know?
That's a good point though about like it's if you haven't done it, you don't know what you're, because I can relate, because I kind of took a little bit of time to actually start drinking, because I only started drinking when I went to uni and I was 19. And there was a switch and I was like, oh, this is what it's like to be drunk. And then when there was a bit where I stopped drinking to kind of be hardcore, and like just it was a little bit of like I can save money, and I'm a bit cooler if I can like just do the social stuff without needing any crutch. And it was different. It was different because I did go out when I was 18 and stuff, and maybe I didn't drink, but I wasn't registering it of like, oh, this is different, because you just don't know. But then it's like taking something off that you put on is different from like never having it and feeling the same. But
there's kind of a silver lining to drinking a little bit, or at least in my experience, because like before I drank, and I drank the same time you, I was like 19, and I didn't want to drink because I thought it was bad, and I was like, all right, I shouldn't do that. But like I had like a decider meltdown. I'm like, fuck it, I'm drinking with you guys tonight, and then it never stopped after that. But like I was such like a nervous, awkward, socially awkward person. I go to parties and not talk to anyone, just sitting in the corner. It was awful. But like after drinking, I became the opposite.
Yeah.
It's like everyone's best friend, super social, whatever. And the people would react to me much differently than they would before, in like a more positive way. And it kind of like, in a way, taught me like, okay, you can be like a social person. And now you have the blueprint. Just remember how you were when you're drunk. You can totally just fake that. So in a way, it kind of taught me a little bit like how not to be a fucking weird man, you know? Like it can help. I don't know that most people have had an overall positive experience from drinking as far as self-development, but I can say potentially there is an application for it, I think, right?
Yeah.
Like with any drug though, really, like they can teach you about being in a different state and what that's like. Things like that. But
I agree. I think same for me. It was just a little bit of a switch, just like, and I think that's the whole reason why when people are like, when I was younger, I never understood it, of like people saying, oh, I'm traveling to find myself, but it's just being in such a different context gives you the liberty to exploring a different side of yourself, that when you come back to your regular life, you're like, no, I know that you just you just have a different side of yourself that you get to access because you were in a environment that let you explore. And I think you can find that in physical reality, then also in like substances, and that's the so you can always find that. Yeah, same for me. Like when I just changed because I was like, oh, I can do this social thing, and then like first year of uni was like I was just like everyone's friend. I was like, oh, this is actually really easy. And I think moving away is what helped because you step into an opportunity to like redefine your identity. And like,
Right.
oh,
Yeah.
no one knows me, so I can actually just put on this like not facade, but like play a role, and then it becomes you. Then you're like,
Yeah.
oh, everyone knows me this way. I'll just keep being this social person. And
Yeah.
my
You'd even
friend,
change your name if you wanted to.
I could, yeah, and it feels like I could just change my name. I kind of some point did, but that's a long story. Not a long story, but one like a few years ago, because I was living with my housemate, and he was like, it was just me and him. He was like, man, it's crazy because he was with me throughout uni. He was like, it's crazy because you're quite introverted because like in living with him, I'd just like be introverted. He was like, it's crazy because everyone we know knows you as super extroverted, and it's crazy because that's not naturally the way you are. It's like
Yeah.
wild. Like, everyone would know you as like the popular person or whatever. And I was like, yeah, it's just I just did it. I learned to do it, and after I did it, I didn't feel like I really needed that many friends, and I just went back to being introverted. Like that was it. I got that kind of social thing, and then I was like, well, it's there's a weird sense of like they're not really my friends. It's like I know how I had to behave to kind of get them, and it's like it just I don't know. It's weird. It didn't feel maybe because I don't have Savior DE. It didn't feel like that was gonna fix any like I was like this doesn't matter that much. So then I just kind of like went towards
Yeah.
closer towards being more introverted and having more of a closer core friend group. But it was a very interesting experience though. Just
Yeah.
knowing you could just switch and just be so
Sounds like you learned a lot from it. Yeah. Or figured out that it's okay to be introverted, maybe, right? Or
yeah, absolutely. It's like, oh, I never it's like getting to the other side of the like grass is always greener and you actually get to the other side and you're like, oh, this
yeah.
isn't as cool.
Grass ain't that green, actually. It's
Yeah,
actually
it's the same. It's the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the D you freak out afterwards, right? Like you do a lot of extroverted stuff, and then you're getting like connections and whatever from it, and then they have the like, oh, but nobody knows me, or like if I stop doing it, they stop calling, right? Like it's
Yeah.
that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Exactly. And I feel probably like, yeah, it's kind of, I guess it's kind of thing famous people go through as well, a little bit. Like they're the most extreme version of that. But
yeah. Yeah. Who are your real friends? And
Yeah.
yeah. Or like, yeah, what Uzair mentioned with the D thing. Yeah, especially like EJ's right, where it's like, hey, I've been there for all of y'all for I don't know how long, and I've done all this stuff. And then when I need something, where are you guys at? You know?
Yeah. Exactly.
Which must be like heartbreaking, I would think, right? Like that. That's for me. That's the thing that stops me from being in full DE mode. Because if I do something that's DE, it's just because like I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
But if I would like, oh, I need to like get connections with people and then get support, where it's like, what if I do all that and I force myself to do that and nobody fucking does anything back? I feel like I wasted so much.
I'm the dude. I get that. That I think that's the DI trap because that's why I'll think that way of like I can't really count on anyone, so I'll just keep
Yeah.
going back to making sure I can handle everything.
Mm.
But that is the fear, and I think it could happen, so it's not invalid. But I think that it's partly because I feel that way. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, can I really count on tribe members and stuff? And like, well, just in case I can't, I'll just.
It's like you have to grow your DE from your DI, I guess, where it has to be like without anything expected back somehow. Uzair, do you feel similar with like the with what Manny said, whereas like you feel like you really actually end of the day can't really depend on anyone, or is it different for you?
Yeah, I think I do feel that way. I think what's interesting. Oh, crap, that's what I was gonna say. But like, I'm sure the DEs don't think that they're doing it for reciprocity, right?
Right.
It's very like subconscious thing. Like I was talking to someone, I won't say who it is. It's another community. It's just like a friend of mine, and and they were feeling bad because someone like cut them off. Like, hey,
Mhm.
we've had some good, like just a friend, like but I think that was behind me. I want to move on, and I don't. Basically saying like, we're cool. I don't dislike you, but I don't want to talk anymore, right?
Right. That's so harsh.
I hope they said it just like that too.
But okay, so that happened, and they're very I think really what's going on is that something's going on in that person's life. They're dealing with it poorly. They have like some resentment. It's like unresolved, and it's just like, look, I just don't want to deal with this right now.
Mhm.
And it's not really personal to the person. But then on the flip side, like the next topic was like, oh, there's this person I don't like in my life, but like I don't know how to cut them off. It's like it's like exactly why you're taking it so personally that this person's cutting you off is why you're not allowing yourself, because you're thinking, okay, if I won't cut off this person in a very like thing way, it won't happen to me in some subconscious way. But it literally just happened to you, and there's no rules out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's really good. Yeah.
But I think for DIs, like it's not like we have that realization. Like we can see that part of it, right? But that we're not letting ourselves do something else that, like maybe the DEs think it's okay. Do you know what I mean? But it's just hard to see, like, what is it that I'm not allowing myself to do that's like some like weird contract with the universe that the other side is like, because they don't know that the contract exists. It's like not going to be fulfilled.
I feel like you feel like you do that with FE kind of sometimes. Like there's certain FE rules you have to go by, and you're like, you're supposed to make it this way, you're supposed to say things this way, and then people don't do it back. Like, what the fuck? You're supposed to do it like that. I do this like that to you all the time. Why are you not like that? Yeah. I feel like I have that. Do you feel like you run into that at all? Or?
Yeah, we were talking about that with the Diary of the CEO guy who's like typed as a lead FE person, right?
Yeah.
And basically, some other famous person, he goes up to him and he gets shut down, and then he tells a story of like, oh yes, I just like basically trashes this guy's reputation, right? And I was like, yeah, I would do the same thing, because just like, look, I'm nice to a bunch of people that I don't like. If you're not gonna be nice to me, and it's like officially like from like, you know what I mean, objectively bad, then you're gonna pay the consequences. It's just like, I feel like I walk on eggshells, and then that means you have to walk on eggshells too.
Yeah.
We might do it also with I think like when we make decisions, it comes from our DI, right? We're doing it because we want to do it most of the time, right? So we assume that when people say yes to stuff, or that they're making a decision, we're assuming they're not they made it with their own DI, and that they're going along with it, and because that's what they want. And then you find out, like, if they're I don't know, it could happen with any type, but with DEs, like, they didn't necessarily check their DI. They went along with it because the tribe member asked, and then you maybe keep asking stuff, and they've overextended themselves, and it's not really fair. But the whole time you were thinking like, oh, I thought this is what you wanted too.
Yeah.
Like that. Does that, y'all ever run into that, or feel like that's kind of maybe?
I'm a little bit of the opposite. I'm like, I'm always skeptical someone wants it. Like, I'm like, they really want, like, do they really want to? I don't know. So like, I'll avoid even asking sometimes, because I'm like, because there's inherently there's automatically going to be that pressure of like, oh, they don't want to. If they didn't want to do it, how would they? I don't know if they could say no. So like, I'm just gonna let it happen organically, because I don't know. If it's gonna happen, it'll happen. I don't want to like. So I'm always very cautious. I don't know why, but
Okay.
I'm the same way, because like my stupid unwritten rule is that like generally I will say yes to anything, and then I'll just show a little hesitation if I want to say no. But if the other person's like, no, I want you to do it, I'll do it. And then if I don't like it, I just won't I'll dislike them. You know what I mean?
I got you.
Like that's it's just like, okay, you can I'll let you take a loan out, but then you're gonna be in debt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I assume everybody else operates in that way as well.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Maybe I'm the most DI. I don't know. But like when I moved to sorry.
I was gonna say, more so that it might be because your savior play, you're like more open to people wanting to do stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, I think I'm cautious in an overly cautious way of like demon play, demon black. You know what I mean? So I think it's healthy. I think what you do is actually healthy, giving people a chance to actually decide if they want to do something. Because I don't even give the option. I'm like,
Okay.
I've already decided. I won't even open that up. You know.
So let me give you a counter example. Well, not counter example, but an example where it wasn't healthy. So like my ex girlfriend, so the one before I moved to Germany. So I wanted to move to Germany, talk to her about it, and you know, she was an EJ. I didn't know anything about OP back then, but you know, so she was kind of doing stuff because I wanted to, and she wasn't really checking with herself so much. But so I was like, "Oh, we're all on board for Germany. You want to go?" Blah blah blah. We get here. She's actually resentful towards me about it, and maybe doesn't want to be there so much. And she actually kind of didn't want to come, but didn't feel like she could say no to it, like she wasn't allowed to say it. And I didn't know that, or wouldn't even expect it, because like, wait, you're only in Germany, why you say no then? That's what I do. I say no.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and that will put us in a kind of a shitty situation with our relationship. And then I feel like I kind of took advantage over there, even though I didn't know I was, but it was kind of like, oh fuck. But since knowing OP, it's nice about, I know I don't know if people are DEs or not, but I assume if they're more extroverted, it's like, okay, be careful of asking this person stuff, because they might not actually want to do it. And you need to like, well, kind of intuit, you have to NF, right? And y'all are going to be better at NF than I am. But you have to NF the thing where it's like, giving what you know about this person in your relationship, do you think they would want to do it? And if they do it, make sure you reciprocate when they need like something that's like
right. Yeah.
And that's kind of been my way of dealing with it. But like, I wish I had known that years ago. You know?
Yeah. And the thing is, when you're doing that, you're doing work to cover someone else's void, because really it's on them to say.
Yeah.
It's good. It is good, but it's not. You're doing more. You're like going the extra mile, I think. So, but it's it's still good.
Well, that's a nice way to look at it. It's just like, I don't know. I can't handle resentment and somebody being like upset at me or feel like I've like taken advantage of. Like I can't like just handle somebody feeling that way about me. So I'm scared of that. And so I'm like, okay, I'll do whatever, even if I have to go the extra mile. Just don't be mad at me, please. Like, you know what I mean? Like, me being a decider, like, you know, I gotta.
That's really not. I mean, I don't know if I have like rules in, like, I'll do things on like a social rule basis. So like, if someone agreed to do something and they were upset about it, I would take no responsibility for that. I'm just like,
double deciding.
It was it's like a little bit of a contract situation. Like you said this, so you just like, that's for you to clean up. Like
Well, that's the thing. I think you're right. Like, that's fair. You said this. I don't know if you really meant no or not. It's on you. I just like, even though I know that, like I don't care. Like, I still don't.
Yeah.
Really
that's the thing. That's the thing about single deciding. I think that people like don't get, like, I've been noticing that about it, is that like it feels like I'm not allowed to have an opinion about like something that concerns me. You know what I mean? It's kind of like someone's mad at you, so that's like a court case in a way, right? And then just like, well, what do you think? Do you think you're guilty? It's like, well, I mean, like, I don't know. I'm not allowed to have. Am I allowed to have an opinion whether I'm guilty or not? You know?
Right.
Or like, do you ever feel like you're always guilty?
I do think that if someone is mad at me, then I did something wrong. Or, do you know what I mean? Like, so
right, yeah, totally.
That's the outcome, right? Just like I want a certain outcome, and then if I'm not. I mean, it sounds silly to talk about this, right? Because you can't control what other people think and feel, etc. But it just I don't want the outcome of that someone feels that I'm close to would feel betrayed, and so if that outcome happened, then I am responsible for the outcome. You know?
Right. I think it's the curse of being lead DI, is you're gonna, especially masculine, you're gonna take the responsibility no matter what, you know, which is like, sounds like good, right? Oh, you always take your responsibility. That's great. But like, you can't deal with all that, man. It's crushing after a while. Like, if everything's your fault, holy fuck. And you can't process it either. You're always stuck. Because what if it's somebody else's fault? You'll never be able to process it, because you're not ever looking to see if you'll be always deflect it back to yourself. Maybe in my case, being SEO, there's missing information, so it has to be therefore my fault. There's something there. I can make excuses for them, but I won't dare make excuses for myself.
Yeah.
Which isn't being fair to me, you know.
I think it also flips as well. Like, I think with the anecdote of the single decider, especially like DIs, right? Is that
Mhm.
I find that when it's gray area, I always take the blame. But when it's like black and white, it's like I've been taking it for so long, and if it's like when it's black and white, I'm not relenting. I 100% this time finally, it was on the other person, you know?
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. For those black and white situations, which I feel at least for me are rare, I overly react to those. Like, if it's a black and white situation and this was super fucked up, it's like, okay, I'm never talking to you again.
Especially like
Just
if that's
not the
not
great
censoring.
way
It's
to.
like it's right here. You said it right here. You know what I mean?
It's like, well, I checked everything.
Yeah.
Sensory here, intuition's on board. Effie's like, bro, that was fucked up.
Yeah.
So I'm,
Yeah. Yeah.
we're done because I can't find any
There's no
I
wiggle
can't
room.
find anywhere where you weren't being an asshole, and I don't
Yeah.
understand how somebody could be that much of an asshole. And if
Yeah.
you're that much of an asshole, I don't want to suffer any more from you being an asshole. So I'm gone.
Yeah. I think with well, for anyone really, but especially masculine, the eye of like making everything your fault. The best kind of description I've heard to make that not toxic and make it super healthy is like fault and responsibility are like separate. It's like something.
Okay.
If something happens, it's not your fault, but it'll be your responsibility to like fix it. Or like, let's say you've been married for like 20, 30 years, your partner cheats on you. That's not your fault. Like that's like they fucked up. But then it's your responsibility to like build a new life so that your kids see you in like a good, healthy other relationship. So it's like separating that the fixing and then
make sure your kids never see them. No.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's just something I see from double deciding people with FE. Probably with more than FE, but especially with FE, where it's like they're not viewing things in terms of like faults or good or bad. They're just like, oh, the situation, somebody did something not so great. That's fine. I just fix it. We just talk and it's fine. It's never like, oh God, what have I done? You know what I mean? It's more like, yeah, that was stupid. Okay, no, well, I can fix this. I'll take responsibility for it. And like what you said, it seems to be a lack of like, there's like judgment towards themselves or maybe even the other person. And it's more
or cut it off, right? I think what they're good about is that like, okay, well, this is fixable. This is not worth it. It's like not worth fixing. And they'll like be able to make a decision quickly on that.
Right. Yeah. And it's like that with double observing when you have observer stuff. It's never about like fault or how bad is this or it's whatever. It's just like, okay, what do I do to fix it?
Yeah.
I'm not like, there's no meta like conversation about this thing or like what does this mean or blah blah. Like, okay, what do I do? You know what I mean? Do you feel like that, Uzair, when it comes to like double observing stuff? Or?
Yeah, it's hard to see double observing a lot of the time, but in the small occasions that I see it is like, oh, it worked out, or like, you know what I mean? As let's say like whatever, just like when we were at the last like Dutch meetup, like our Airbnb didn't like let us in the house, and so we had to get a new one. And it's like, yeah, it was like a little bit of a thing, but it's just like we got a hotel eventually at some point, And so like, I'm not gonna process like how could this have happened, Like it's Airbnb, you know what I mean? It's like we could have gotten murdered,
it's irrelevant.
Like, there's like a bunch of other things could have happened. Just like it's not it's not the meta conversation like you're saying. It's like how could this have happened? Also,
or it's like if you found out the government was like spying on you and they had all this stuff set up. I'm not thinking like, how could the government do this? Oh, they're looking at everything. Like, okay, so what can I do to my computer to make sure they can't see me jerk off? Like that's going to be mine. I'm not going to like think about how could they do this or whatever. I don't give a shit. I'm just going to fix it.
I think it's really interesting because I don't freak out as much. I don't. So like government stuff, I don't really care if it's happening. It's probably out of my control on some level. So I'll just do whatever I can. So like if it's cover your webcam, just do that, right? But then I will get sucked if something weird happens. My mind will get sucked into it, like, oh, like how did that happen? But not in a. I'm never like. It's not like in a panic state, but it's just like I want to know. Like I'm really. That seems significant for some reason. So there's still that significance. I don't panic as much, maybe because of.
I mean, to be fair, you're one of the least observery observers. At least out of all the OP people I've met, I was like, who's the least observery out of the observers? It's like probably Manny, actually. Like, I've never heard you freak out or even show a hint of freaking out about anything. And maybe you're just good at hiding it. I don't know, but I've never sensed that you have issues with it.
I think it might come out in certain situations where like I will fixate on something, and it's usually subtle. It's not obvious. I do have single observer moments, but it's not like you won't see it in a really obvious way of like the government or anything like that. But it will happen. But yeah. Sometimes like
I mean, technically you're the most like probably balanced type, right? Because you're like glass lizard, right? You're also like your social types go against like what your like functions are, and then there was a and you're also an energy dom. So energy doms are more observer.
More,
never mind. Okay, exclude the last point. Just remember those first two.
But the energy dom makes him a glass lizard. He wouldn't be a glass lizard if he wasn't.
Yeah, unless I was BPC and IFE, like they would be the most like they're not single observers basically, but yeah, and to be honest though, I don't know. I don't even really know what double deciding is, if I'm honest. Like I know you guys just spoke about it, and you're like, double deciders, they know how to do this.
I think we're making it just too complicated. I can see you doing it, even though you may not notice it. And I can't see myself double observing either. Like I can intellectually tell you what it is. I just know that I don't give a fuck. I guess maybe that's double observing. I don't know. And whatever.
The thing is, it's so weird. I feel like I freak out about like I believe I'm a decider or whatever, but I'll like so one of my friends, I got him typed and he got completely typed and not what I thought. So he's like actually very close to Manny, a double masculine NITI, but also my animal stack, which is crazy. Okay. And so I was like I like traveled with him, and then I was just noticing that he's noticing that I'm freaking out about stuff, right? Because like he's like, you react to things like it's like that something. So like I'm also just like a little bit like hot, I don't know, not anxious, but just like stressed out. And so we park and I get out and I'm fuck. And then he's like, what's going on? He's like, oh man, the entrance is on the other side. He's like, oh, walk over. But it's just like, but to me, like that's like NIS. It's like, okay, we're gonna go there and then take this exit and then you get out and it's like, fuck, it's the wrong side. It's like, you know what I mean? It's just like,
I actually like when people do that. I love it when people react to observer stuff, including myself. Or sometimes I'll just rant about observer shit myself, just because it's so amazing. I love it actually. When someone's super pissed if their stupid packaging won't get open without a knife or something, and there's like, this fucking motherfucker thing. Like I love that so much because it just I don't know. Like if somebody's like, fucking shit, this fucking person did this, then I'm like, whoa, dude, are you okay? But like observer stuff, it's like you tell him, you know, like it's like I'm with you, you know, like this exit should be right here. That makes sense. Fuck this entire building. Let's bitch about it together. Like it's kind of fun in a way. I don't know.
Yeah, that is really funny, and a little bit of that is also, I think, like the masculine TI, because I will get irritated about stuff being stupid. I'm like, oh, that doesn't make sense. Like who decided to do that or something. So maybe that might be the difference between you and your friend, the feminine TI, of like that's dumb.
Uzair, do you like observer rants? Like I feel like those are my favorite things.
Yeah, I like a good observer rant.
I love it. I love it. Like just, you know, I would love to hear Dave just go on observer rant about some stupid knife that he had that didn't work. Those are so I love those. They're so much fun. But it's also my dad did that throughout my childhood, so I always loved his like. He had a rant on, which I probably already mentioned this before because I always tell the story. He had a rant about soccer. Dad hates soccer. He thinks it's the dumbest sport on this earth. You know what I mean? And he watches it and he's like, "This is the boring shit I ever seen, man. They just sit there, kick the ball over here. Oh, guess what? He's gonna kick the ball to the other guy. Wow, wouldn't have guessed that. Kicks the ball to the other guy. You know what I'd rather do, Dave? I'd rather sit there and watch a butterfly take a shit than watch an entire game of soccer."
Oh man. Yeah.
There's a comedy to it that you can inject. It's harder to inject comedy maybe in Decider situation, or maybe that's not true. But
Decider stuff. Do I like Decider freakouts? I think
I've seen you more get riled up from decider stuff than observer stuff. Actually, I've never know if I've ever seen you freak out.
I've never seen you freak out about anything.
Yeah.
I think that's why it's hard to get your any type, right? Your social type or whatever it is.
Yeah. I think Dave, I do agree with you. I think decider stuff I have freaked out more about, and I think it's just the double activated DI of like if I feel disrespected, it's like that's it. But if I see stuff happening, I'm pretty chill. So for the most part, it's fine. It's just there'll be something like, for example, like so I played futsal at uni, and like I'm fairly competitive, but like not super crazy. I'll keep it in myself. Like I want to do well in this team, and I played a particular position. It's like the striker, but it's called pivot. And there was someone else in the team who also played pivot, and I guess we'd switch. But he was quite a sort of obnoxious person. He was a bit like loud and arrogant. I was like, but it's fine. Like you do you, bro. And it was fine. And then one game, because he started and I was on the bench. One game, he came off, and I guess he wasn't doing that well. And I was about to get subbed in, and you always like slap the person, like you do high five when you sub. And he didn't do that. And I remember I was like, in my head, I was like, that's it. My mission is to make sure he doesn't play another minute again. And that was it. Like, that was like the whole disrespect thing. Then it's like, that's it.
I can relate to
So
that. Yeah.
It's like, I'm generally chill, but then there'll be like things that I'm like, no, that's, yeah.
It's like, if you ever message me for a rant, it's usually people stuff. And
yeah.
But I think you also enjoy ranting about it too, though.
Yeah,
and then you know I'm gonna rant with you, so that adds to it, I think too, right? Because we're probably on the same page about what you're upset about. Yeah. Like, fuck that shit.
And that's the thing. I know who to like. I know who to like speak to for a particular reaction. So I'm like, I know. Like,
I know Dave will get pissed with me.
Yeah, I think it's when other people have decider issues. I also see it a little bit like entertainment too. So it's like, So on some level, I don't take it serious. Like, as soon as I get it out, I'm like, that's really funny. Like, almost like a TV show. Like, you watch the TV show and now you can, like, turn it off and then just go back to
I feel like I'm way more supportive with decider stuff. And with observer stuff, I'm just like, well, that sucks. You know, I don't know what else to say other than it sucks. You know, fix it. You know, like just shitty. I'm like, how do I like support observers with stuff? Because like, you can't really FE is like, I don't know. Like I had somebody message me actually. They're having issues, and they were like, save your TE. Like, I'm having trouble with this and trouble with that. I'm really sorry that's happening to you, and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? They're like, well, thanks for the FE. It's like, oh, I'm like, oh, I need a TE here, and I'm like, okay, do you want me to help you fix it? And they're like, yeah, I would love that. Like, really, you want me to help you? And it's like, what? Well, what do I know? It's like, okay, and just like learn, like, okay, if the TE and their observer, help them fix it. You know, that's what they want.
That's it. I think in general, observers do want you to fix it for them.
Okay.
Like in general,
I didn't know if it was the same with the FEs or not. Okay.
Yeah, I think. Well, I guess if I'm trying to think of an example. I think Uzair, that's happened even like when I've said something. Oh, like with the phone. With me losing my phone. And I was like, and you were just like, oh, why don't you make sure you call the place? Because I wasn't gonna do that immediately, and I was like, you helped me, and I was like, oh wow, like you're helping me. I really appreciated it. It's that kind of situation. But I guess I wasn't too stressed about it. But I'm not expecting someone to wanna. I guess it's a little bit of TI. I'm not expecting someone to want to solve it or help.
I didn't want to step on your like TI like toes, you know. And I was like, maybe there's a reason that he's not doing it, or like, is it whatever, you know?
Yeah. I think
that's what I feel too. Where it's like, wait, I never want help, so that means everyone else doesn't want help too, right? Like we kind of like what we were talking about with the alcohol situation, where like if you don't have that experience, you don't know to look for it. Like if you see people drunk, it's the same. Where it's like with TI, like I actually never want help with anything other than like if I'm like emotionally upset or something, like I don't want you know. Do you feel like that is there as well, or you feel like you don't really need help from people, or you don't really want help, at least with like things related stuff?
Yeah. I think I might even to take it personally, actually, if I were to get help on.
Oh yeah, if they just start shoveling advice at you, I'm like, but stop. Okay.
Yes,
Not only have I heard
Yeah.
this advice before, but I can take care of it. Like it's fine.
I do have a thing where it's like, if I ask, even if I actually needed the help, if I asked, then you can tell me. If I didn't ask and I was doing it, then I'm like annoyed or something. And like I've sometimes if let's say my girlfriend wants to help me with something, I'm like, oh, you're taking away me doing it because I want to give like self credit of like, oh, I did the thing, but you take it away if you like, if you do it for me. So I think TE works, and I'm sometimes surprised that like my girlfriend be like, oh, can you do this for me? I'm like, don't you want to like do that for yourself? And she's like, no, like I'd love for you to do that. And in my head, I'm like, oh, you're gonna be so screwed when no one's with you, and then you have to figure out yourself. You haven't put the time in. You're gonna be so screwed. But hey, if you, I'm happy to do it, but you're gonna be screwed. So I think that's what TI also is like tracking of like, I'm doing this so when no one's here, I can still do it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. But another good example for double deciding for you is like whenever when we're emailing like the OPS team or whatever, right?
Mm.
And you're like,
Yeah.
oh, so, oh, like why don't you just like ask them this? And I mean, I'm not gonna. I cannot afford, even if they had the keys to the freaking universe. I'm not sending another email. You know?
Yeah. And I guess I'm kind of like, I'll be a bit annoying, I guess, to Dave and Chan. Like I'll still send emails. Sometimes they respond, sometimes they don't. But like I guess what Uzair was pointing out is like I'll just kind of just take being annoying and just like annoying the
For
track.
the
I'm like,
information, as in
for
like
for the
if there's
information.
yeah.
For the information. And then you're kind of like, look, I'd rather be unsettled than like annoy someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can relate to that. Yeah, I don't send them emails because it's like, just they're busy. Like, I don't want to be all up in their ass about stuff. They probably wouldn't mind, but
yeah,
I think I feel the same way as there, where it's like, I could maybe just figure out the info on my own or something, or ask somebody, but I do not want to send them an email. Or even like there was double deciding with you, Manny, on the first drunk podcast we did, because we were looking at OPS videos and we were kind of shitting on them a little bit, like nothing too bad, but a little bit
bad,
it's just gonna like put a bad taste in their mouth. They're just gonna feel like we're like attacking them because it wasn't meant to be that way. And you're like, no, what if it's fine if they're mad? It's so okay. Like,
yeah.
I don't want them to be mad.
I'll only notice that I'm being too relaxed about something if like one of you two point it out. Like if
Okay.
like with the email thing, it was only when you were like, oh, are you gonna keep going, or like, oh, are you? And I was like, oh, should I? Is this? I'm not supposed to. And then I'll realize like, oh yeah, I will keep going. But yeah. I think, I don't know. It does get harder though, seeing double deciding in a big way, of like, because when it comes to people being healthy, of like, oh, knowing how to have like the right relationship dynamics where you're understanding people's perspective, or like when you're not doing that, I don't think double deciders are necessarily as good at being super healthy, if you know what I mean. It's more of a thing, Dave, you were saying, where it's like it's just that you don't care, but it doesn't mean you're really good. Especially with double deciding, I've noticed like you can have double deciders that really suck, especially because they don't care. They're just like, whatever, I'm toxic.
Yeah, you see the double deciders push the envelope a lot, where you're like we kicked a lot of double deciders off the Discord. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it is cool that they're like at least at peace with it, because not everything has to be perfect or right, or you don't always have to be doing everything.
I really think this like double deciding, double observing thing is like that you believe that you're allowed to have an opinion in that realm. And so it's just kind of like it's like we were parking illegally somewhere, but there's a bunch of cars parked there, and I was like, was like, they're not gonna give everyone a ticket, and I like sincerely believe that. You know what I mean? Who cares? Like, okay, sure, maybe it's illegal or like I don't know. You know, what I mean? But I feel like that's not gonna happen. You know, even if after we come back and we're like, oh shit, they gave everyone a ticket. You know what I mean? It's
That's
like,
really interesting. Yeah.
That's true. It's like trusting your opinion, right? Like even
Yeah.
though,
Yeah, I couldn't do that. I'm just like trying to see what are the rules here. Oh, that's definitely gonna happen. It's like very like I'm not gonna have a shaky. If my personal opinion of the situation is a little bit shaky, I'll just defer to like what should I assume, and
yeah,
that's it. This is gonna happen.
I think
I
that's
think
a really good way to distill it down is trusting your opinion. Because like with the decider stuff, it's like if somebody like didn't text you for a whole day and you're like dating them or something, like most likely they were just busy, right? And you
Yeah.
know that, but you can't trust that. You're thinking of
Yeah.
all this other stuff. You're like, what about this? What about? And you can't like settle, right? You're like,
Yeah.
even though here's what's going on, just trust that, right?
it's
Yeah.
because the reason you can't trust it is because like you have a very imbalanced like graph of where you're willing to invest things, right? Same thing with observers. Like they'll put like so much control in this one area, so it's just like, oh, I don't know, maybe the city has put millions of dollars into making sure that the parking is always correct, right? But then I'm thinking like that wouldn't make sense to run the thing in this way. You know, they have to pay someone to like come right now. It's like middle of the night, it's a small city. I don't think they have the budget. You know what I mean? There's like some sense of like sustainability of like how I know what is sustainable or not. And then on decider stuff, you know like Victoria says something once like with INTJ Victoria, double decider. I was kind of freaking out about something similar, and she's like, "Look, if you're gonna freak out about like something like that, if I were to freak out about something like that, I just wouldn't be able to like that relationship would not be sustainable. And so if it messes up now or like a little bit later, or just like I'm sorry, I'm like me, I maybe ask too many questions, I'm too blunt or whatever it is. Like if I'm gonna have to like get mad about that or like apologize for this, it's just not gonna work. So I'm not gonna freak out about it. Whereas the decider thing is like just tell me what to do, I'll do it. You know, you want this? Okay, I'll treat you like this. You know,
that's true. Yeah, totally.
That does make a lot of sense.
And you're just like, there's like an emotional investment too, because it's like, oh, what if it's this bad thing that's going to happen? Oh God, I don't want to deal with that. But observer stuff, what if this worst thing could happen? And you think about the worst thing or you think about bad things, there's just no spark there. There's no like, oh God. It's just like, yeah, that's pretty shitty. I don't feel any emotions there at all.
Yeah.
Just like, yeah, what if AI kills everyone? Yeah, that'd be pretty shitty. But I don't feel anything. I don't feel fear. I don't, whatever. I can acknowledge that. But decider stuff, you know, like, you know, I said good morning to someone, they didn't say it back. Like, motherfucker, like, you know what I mean? And I'm like, oh, do they hate me? And I'm like, oh God, what if they hate me? And it's like, wait, why the fuck would they hate you? You know what I mean? Like, you know, intellectually it's stupid. Yeah. But emotionally, you're just fucking locked onto it.
It's also because you're processing stuff as it when it definitely happens, right? Just like it's like, oh, do they hate me? Observer like a double decider just be like, hey, do you hate me? And then it's like if they do hate you, you deal with it that one time. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Rather than all the other imagined times when it didn't really happen, right?
Yeah. I think being the type I am, I can be quite decidery as well. So like the good morning thing, like I remember when I met someone.
It's a similar situation to the high five thing, kind of with the good morning, a little bit, right? And maybe yours is more extreme, but yeah.
And it's like I will. So in your example of do they hate me? I'll think that too. Like, oh, I wonder if they hate me. And then I'll be like, that's fine.
Yeah, that's the difference. You don't care if they hate you.
And I'm like, if they, I'll just wait for evidence for them to show they don't hate me. Then I'm like, oh, they don't hate me. That's cool. Like that's I won't
wait. It's in my mind. I can't wait. I'm impatient. I gotta figure it out now, you know?
Yeah. But I'm not good at, since I'm not like a pure double decider of like as well as my animals, I won't go to the tribe. I'll just assume the worst case scenario and then try live my life well, regardless of that kind of thing. So that's like, I guess, a super introverted double decider. So yeah. Which I'm thinking of like Kobe Bryant, because he'd have like a lot of decider issues. Then his thing was always just like, it's just staying stable regardless of what's happening. So that's kind of like my approach, I think. And I'll get hints all the time of like, I don't think this person likes me. But I'm like, okay, that's okay.
Yeah, it's not the end of the into the world. So this was a kind of a question, or maybe to see what y'all think about it. But I think that for deciders, part of development is saying the stuff you keep to yourself, at least if it's with the intention of actually getting real feedback.
Yeah. I think especially
would you ask the person like, "Hey, do you hate me, by the way? Why didn't you say good morning?" That feels weird, but there's probably a better way to get feedback than that. Maybe just like talking to them another time, I guess. But yeah, what do y'all think?
Yeah, and I think also just like if you hate someone, kind of like pushing that out there in whatever way, because I think that even like not talking to someone, or just like I definitely feel the thing of like, if I don't like someone and I have to pretend that that's not the case a little bit, you know? And then, of course, I'm going to have paranoia on the other side. It's because like I will, because I'm not super clear with my communication of whether I dislike someone. There's always going to be, people should be paranoid whether I like them or not. And so then I'm going to be paranoid whether, you know what I mean? The other way around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
you know what?
People will never know that I hate them. You won't have any sign of it. I never treat anyone like I hate them, just because I don't want to hate anyone. I feel like I hate someone, I feel like bad about that. I'm like, I don't want to not like anyone, which is normal. You're just not going to like people. But I feel like the reasons I dislike people are always so petty and always so like kind of just ego based, and I don't feel okay with that. If I didn't like somebody because they like screwed me over on something, that would be different. But if it's just like, I don't like their stupid face, you know what I mean? Something like that. And it's like, why do I feel like that? I don't like that. And I don't want someone to feel that way about me, right?
Yeah.
Unless I like did something, you know.
Yeah. I think what the whole thing of like the projection trap of like what Uzair you said of like, if there's blurred lines with your feelings of other people, you're expecting that with everyone else's actions. It was really funny because Dave, in one of the classes, I don't know what class it was recently, he was like, oh, ESFPs are really self-conscious of people lying because they lie all the time. That was like, oh no, that's my, and he was like, oh, and they think they're really good at lying. And it was really funny because with my girlfriend, that's actually what it is. Like, she's even telling me like, oh, I'm so good at lying, and she hates that. And I brought it up to her. I was like, oh, you know, this is what Dave said, and she found it funny because she's like, yeah, like that's 100% it. And she was like, yeah, it's because you do it, you see it you don't want it in the world. And she was like, yeah, like 100%. And it was funny that actually fit like really well.
To add on to that, it's the IP version of that is cutting people off, I think. Because we'll just cut people off over just dumb shit sometimes. Not all of us, but it differs between people. But it makes us also afraid of being cut off, I think, just for something silly. You know what I mean? It's like the same thing. I guess every type has that, where they're like, whatever shitty thing they're doing, they project that onto everyone. Right?
I haven't cut that many people off until this year. Like, but as giving myself license to like double decide, because I've been blocked by so many double deciders that I later became friends with.
Wait, you've been blocked by double deciders?
Yeah, and then they blocked me, and then later on they unblocked me. Like, oh, we're friends, or you're cool, or like I saw a thing, it's like you're fine.
It's funny. I wouldn't expect double deciders to be the blockers, actually, but
I think double deciders are like major blockers. Like,
really,
yeah, it's major blockers and then unblock, or like, you know what I mean? It's just like not.
Switch. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. Whereas for us, it's like, oh, I blocked you, or whatever.
And that's final. Yeah.
It's weird because like with me, it'll feel final. Like I'm never talking to this person again. And then they're like, hey, how are you? Like, oh, I'm good. Good to see you again. And then all the feelings are gone. I don't like want to cut them off.
That's a little bit of like just feminine FE as well.
You think so? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of that too. I'm like that too. I was like, I swear I really hated this person. Or like my girlfriend said this actually last week, where it's like there'll be like a really, really bad experience that I have, and she's part of it. She's like, and then she'll be like, oh, don't do that. You'll have this again. And I was like, that happened? She's like, and because she's masculine FI, she's like, how could you forget how that felt? Like you were in so much pain. Da, 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 da. I'm like, I don't do that. Like, oh, okay. Like, and it's like a very common thing. Like I'll experience things. I'm like, oh, why did I get myself in this situation? Like, this is really painful. And I forgot how painful it was. I'm like, this is so painful. So I'll always like literally after the experience, forget that it hurt that much. So like, I'll be more likely to do it because I'm like, that's not going to be that bad. And then it is. I'm like, I knew it was going to be that bad, but I did it. It's
Hey,
We have another comment. Our boy Nick. So hating people is normally bullshit. So I try to tell them I have a problem with them, which is actually a problem with me, unless it's actually them, which is 90, which it isn't 95% of the time. That's really true. That's yeah, part of the reason why I really feel comfortable, like just because I think Nick's right, or like, well, how do y'all view this? But for me, it's like, yeah, but if I'm like, if so, there's a difference between, when you dislike someone and it's just like dislike. There's not like a sort of fire in there, a sort of like grudge against them.
Yeah.
You just dislike it. There's no grudge.
Yeah.
The grudge is like when, okay, that's because of some ego thing, right? Like, and I
Yeah,
feel like a lot of times it's that, and it's something that like has hit you in the ego to really hate someone. Yeah, there has to be a part of yourself involved.
Yeah.
Like maybe
Yeah.
you're seeing part of yourself that you don't like in them or something like that. How do y'all feel about that? Do you feel like that's kind of like where y'all would see hate, like kind of how Nick
I
said?
100% agree. Anytime I've like noticed, oh, I'm really riled up about this, I see the problems coming from me. It's
Mhm.
like realistically every negative thing, it's like negative, but it's like there's a threshold. When you cross that threshold of like I'm really upset, then something's fishy here. I shouldn't be this upset. There's something I'm needing from the situation. It's like a neediness which I need to like resolve. So there's a threshold, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, I think that goes for any lingering emotion.
Yeah.
It goes with what question?
Oh, I said that. I think that what Manny said goes for any like lingering emotion or like strong emotion. That it's like you're reacting to something that is a longer story than what just ever happened right now.
Right. Yeah. True.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, grab some water, but I'll be back. Y'all can entertain the podcast while I'm gone.
Nick, how you doing? How's your day been? Let's do some
some play.
Yeah.
It's been good. Just haven't. It's morning time here, so or like afternoon time.
Yeah.
So
Still in America.
Yeah. For a little bit, and then I'm coming over.
Yeah. I think Dave's coming. I think he'll give a bit more details, but he's coming in, like, I guess in the next couple of months. At some point, it's pretty open, so within 2 months he's coming.
Okay.
And when do you think you're coming to?
Oh, I'm already booked like for in a week and a half.
Nice, cool. So
Yeah.
When he comes, we could definitely do something. I don't know if there's gonna be a London opening up anytime. I mean, I could probably suggest that, and then.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll definitely do a London one, but then I'm also down to do one further up north.
Up north,
Anna was the same thing. She's like, I'm not gonna go any further south than Birmingham.
Yeah. Wait, really?
Yeah.
How come? Why not? So she doesn't want to go to London.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I think it's maybe any, or I don't know. She has like some observatory, some stuff that she's like from Birmingham to London. There's like a lot of trains that mess up and et cetera, et cetera. Sorry, like I'm like sharing her stuff publicly. I'm sure she would.
Yeah, in my head I'm like, it's
trivial.
fine.
Yeah,
it's fine. But I think Nottingham. To be fair, I think it's a little bit below Birmingham, but it's more or less the same. It's in the Midlands, so yeah, we can definitely find something to do. But I haven't been to any London meetup ever. So
yeah, I guess oddly it's faster to get to the Netherlands, right? For you, or is it?
That's a good point. Maybe around the same time. And it depends what part of London I'm going to. So maybe, and I guess, if I had the plane right here and I could just get on the plane, yeah. But I guess you have to go to the airport, do the whole waiting thing, and go there early. But
Yeah.
But no, Dave, I was just saying to Uzair, you're going to be coming to the UK within the next 2 months, and Uzair's coming to UK within a week. So I was saying we'll sync up and probably do something.
Yeah, that'd be great. Is there how long are you in UK for?
For a while, for like many months.
Okay, cool. I don't know when my London training is We don't have a scheduled yet, but I would assume June, probably at the
Yeah,
latest, maybe
yeah,
potentially
no, that's
July. They're still working it out, but
That's actually
I'm there
ideal.
for the whole week, and I'll probably stay over the weekend and can either we can meet, or I can. Are you in Birmingham or something, or should I wait? Should I not say it on the podcast?
No, it's fine. I mean, Nottingham. But
Okay. Okay.
yeah, I'm pretty open. We could do so we could do stuff in Nottingham, or we can go to London or whatever.
Okay.
We'll
I'm down.
we'll plan it. But
That would be awesome. Great. That'd be super fun.
Yeah, we should probably. Yes, we've been recording this for a while. Maybe we'll decide what the next topic is, and then decide like the closing, when like the closing point is, or something.
Let me ask you one more thing first. Are you going to the Netherlands meetup?
Am I going to? Oh, the Netherlands one? No.
Yeah. What?
No.
Why not?
I'll be on holiday. I'm going to.
Man.
I'm going to be going to Italy.
Okay.
My girlfriend's birthday / we're doing
nice. Okay.
a couple's holiday thing.
Yeah. Uzair, you gonna be there?
I'm planning on it so far, but it's still very far away, right?
In the
middle of June sometime, I think.
Yeah, it's I think the 25th of June.
Yeah,
something
I think
like
that sounds right. Yeah.
Something like that.
You're gonna be there, Dave?
I'll be there for sure. Yep.
Okay,
and we're gonna actually book vacation for it here soon. And so I'll probably book more than just that weekend. Maybe do something else or hang around, or I don't know, figure it out.
Yeah.
That should be cool.
Yeah, we'll be. So let's. I don't know. Let's.
Our boy Nick's gonna be there.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Great. Cool. Like, yeah, I've talked to. I think there's quite a few people coming. I've talked to people that are saying they're gonna come. So
yeah, it's gonna be a big one actually.
Oh,
yeah, I think so. It'd be cool. I haven't met anyone in Europe yet, actually. We had that one in Texas that we went to. But other than that, I haven't been to any meetups. That one really. So
the first one, the one I went to, I remember you can go because someone you were with had a bad trip.
Oh my god. That was the one where the girl was like overdosed on something and she was like lost in Berlin and we had to go on a treasure hunt to find her. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah. Did you say her parents had to pick her up, or you had to? Or no, her parents weren't involved.
I don't know what happened afterwards, because I'm not like, she wasn't a friend of mine. She was a friend of a friend. And my friend was like, he was like high on something himself. So he's like, dude, I'm too fucked up to go get her. Can you go get her?
Yeah.
Like,
oh, okay. Right. Yeah.
But no, like she didn't even know her. Like she was talking to her parents on her phone, didn't know it was her own parents. And it was like they were freaked the hell out, of course.
Yeah.
And so I think they said, or they told us that, or they told us or my friend, but that they were going to come to Berlin to be like, well, what the hell are you doing down here? So yeah.
Hopefully nothing like that happens again this time.
I'm just gonna say fuck it. I will not. I've missed 2 in a row because of just random shit like that.
Yeah.
Like I booked hotels both times, and it's like
oh shit, really?
Yeah. So will not be. I don't care if I get 1 hour. I'm going to that meetup, even if I'm. You know, I've got cancer or something, or I'd like.
Yeah.
So coming to the meetup.
Yeah.
Determined. Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch it get canceled or something. Yeah.
The single observer me was immediately like, "Oh, don't say that. Don't say cancer."
Yeah, whatever. I've said
Yeah. Oh man. Okay. Yeah. Should we pick maybe one more topic and then probably close out? My OI is kicking in.
Yeah.
Like let's close it. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. What's going on?
Make it a juicy one.
Mind.
Something interesting. Maybe make it decidery. Who's been pissing you off lately?
You know we're not going to divulge that information. You know,
name names, everything. Yeah. This is like the problem with TI of like just coming up with something on the spot. It's like it has to be pre-processed.
Dave, you have play, so I think you're gonna be there.
Or like Nick. Nick, you can say, or Zach.
Oh, Nick's got some shit. Nick, we're
Nick,
calling on you.
Yeah. The tribe's calling
We got
on
here
you.
late, so you owe us actually. So, and we know you're DE, so we can we can push on you.
Yeah. Oh man, we probably put pressure on him now. He's like, oh shit. It's something.
There's no real. It's not real pressure.
Yeah.
We don't care. It's playful, pressure. It's,
Yeah.
Um,
I'm kind of
oh
yeah.
yeah.
I'm kind of curious if
Oh.
is that a feeling you wish?
Wait, you say yours first, or we'll say it after this one. But don't forget it. Whatever. Or do you need to say it, or are you gonna forget it?
I have a mild topic.
Okay, go ahead.
Wait, Manny, say whatever you were gonna say.
It was a small question. I was gonna ask about if you've had meditation insights. That was it. What was yours?
I don't really meditate. I was gonna talk about demon feelings.
Yeah, that sounds juicier. So
Yeah, and then there's this fits the.
I think that's probably what I got inspired by. Because I think this is a really interesting question because I've been tackling with this the past.
Okay, wait, I haven't. Let me read it real quick. Though you all have something that you stayed on or wanted to get back to. Oh, I never even considered going back to a feeling. Honestly, go ahead, Uzair.
So I realized like the importance of this like masculine FI like this past year, because I know that like David Shan talk about like, oh, if you're TI first, you need to like share your feelings with people. It's like kind of already do that. You know what I mean? It's like I've been doing that for a long time. It's like very natural. Yeah. So I think for us, it's the opposite where you need to like learn how to stack emotions and first of all, even remember like how you feel so you don't like go back into the same shitty situation again and again.
Yeah.
And then also there's so many things like avoid bad situations, double down on your motivation and values for the things that you do want and like actually like I really want this and I like this and I want it and I want it and I want it, and I definitely found that because it's just like I have such a bias towards like I know I kind of want that, but I don't want it that bad, and it just really logistically is so shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was just talking to someone who I think I'm almost certain is a feeler, and she was like, she was talking about like, oh yeah, like I went to this like, got tickets to the DJ, I go there and I'm not really feeling it, and so I just left. And like, but you paid the money. Like I would be like, I don't care if this is the most garbage concert I've ever been to. I'm gonna at least go there for like but it's stupid, right? That's that's having not clear priorities of what's important to you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I definitely get in situations where I'm like, oh, I thought I wanted that. Why don't I want that? And there's always a confusion of like, what do I like really want? And it kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier too, Dave, where I was like, eventually I just decided, well, I'll just do things that make me super flexible and like I can do anything. Because like I don't really know what I want. I don't really have a preference of like a passion or whatever. I'll just do whatever makes me like flexible. So like if I need to do something or there is a passion that emerges, I can just do it or whatever. But yeah, it's definitely an issue. What are you gonna say, Dave?
I feel like at least with the TI people, like having like a developed like FI would be like would help in so many areas. I feel like two things like that would be, especially with decider issues, because I feel like, do you ever do stuff that's like you do out of FE, but they're not exactly moral things? You know what I mean? Like if you like, I can't come up with any good example right now, other than like, this isn't a great example, but let's say you have a friend that has like a really annoying habit or something that they do, and it just pushes everyone away from it, and they're like fucking their life up with it. With FE, it's kind of like, well, I don't even know if this is really FE, but or maybe just being a cider, but like this person's really going to take it hard if I say this to them. It might damage our relationship, and they're really going to suffer if I tell them this. And so you end up having these weird value conundrums, and you're kind of like just not at peace with some of the stuff that you're doing for FE's sake. But if you
Yeah.
had like a solid like FI that's directing your decisions as well, I feel like if you have that really well developed, and you can go and your value is to be honest with your friend because you care about them, even if it's going to break the relationship or whatever.
Yeah.
And so you go from that value and you do it. And I feel like with a strong enough FI, you're not going to be in this decider conundrum. Like, oh, how could I have done that? Was that wrong? Blah, blah. And like, no, your values are speaking to you strong enough to where, yeah, even though it sucks for the person, it was the right thing to do. Right. It was the,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
It's really
so I feel
funny.
like these decider conundrums where we're kind of like, oh, I have to FE here, even though it's uncomfortable. And like, I feel like, because like you can, even with lead TI, you just sometimes over FE on stuff and you're being really too skittish and really just ridiculous. But having like an FI there, you're kind of making the right decision. I think the second thing is just like being able to actually just really process heavy emotional stuff on your own.
Yeah.
Because like, processing it with the tribe is only going to get you so far, and you should do it. But then you should also have the other component where you're not getting compassion from other people, but you're getting it from yourself. And I found that this is what FI people are doing, is they're actually kind of like, hey, it's okay. But they're doing that to themselves, and it's hard for us to do that. And I actually have someone that I know that's not typed, but then they're like, when they have an emotional issue, they're like, yeah, I just tell myself it's going to be okay, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, and I thought about that, and I was like, well, that's silly. And I'm like, wait, is it silly?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like, actually, that would be great if I could have, if I don't get that compassion and validation, not only from the tribe, but I can also generate that for myself. Holy shit, would that solve so many problems?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In your interview with Shan, like that's what she says, right? She's like, the advice I'd give to like the TI first is just something along those lines.
Yeah.
Give yourself some self-compassion or whatever.
Yeah.
And that point you made about the whole FI also being really good, kind of like an ethical anchor for like your actual decisions, so that you're not just appeasing the environment constantly when like sometimes you shouldn't. I went to a counselor or therapist. This was a few years ago, but I was really like it was just like, it was just a realization of a freak out of like, I don't know who my friends are, because I have to be whatever I need to be their friends. Like, it's the whole thing of like what you just said about the situation of always just trying to appease the situation. And I was like, oh, I can't say anything to anyone, which if I think there's gonna be anything negative, I can't share anything to anyone. It's like I'm just performing. It felt like just like obligation or like a performance. So like I went to like it was like a one-time session as well, but his main thing was like, oh yeah, no, I get that. But his main thing was like, he asked me like, what are your core values? And I was like, okay, well, I'd say these things are my core values. And he was like, okay, that's your pillar. And the thing is, you can be flexible with people, but as long as they don't make you move out of your 5 core values. So his point was like, actually, and it was like a whole point of like having FI, so when you're going too far. Like, that's it. That's the issue. If you don't have any FI, you won't know if you're being too flexible or whatever. I mean, I'm still not good at that, but it was just like that's when I learned like, oh, like I'm allowed to have core values that if someone doesn't align, I'm just like, yeah, we don't. That's it.
Yeah. And it's like, oh wait, I'm allowed to not move based on these values that I come up with.
Exactly.
What if I make the wrong one? Like,
yeah. It's funny, even how we frame it. Like I framed it the same way that you did, Dave. But I think that's still like TI, right? Just because you're coming up with a rule that you can say out loud. It's like, I'm the type of person who doesn't do this, do the right thing, right? This like TI stuff. But it's just like, but that's still like TI in the area of feelings and values and all that sort of stuff. Because like really what they're doing is that when you ask them, just like, I'm just being authentic to myself, or I'm just like, they don't even have the words for it.
They can't.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't even know if we can ever get there, but there is. Damn, that's like so hard because you just have like conviction. It's like, no, you know what I mean? Without any why, no reasons, just like
the drawback is, and I've kind of spoke to my girlfriend about this, and she said that thing of like, it is just guided on pure emotions. If she gets like the ick, if someone does something that she thinks is off, that's it. She's like, I don't like that person. But the issue is, because it doesn't come out in a lexical form where you can actually reason it out or like externalize it and look at it, you might build those values on things that are like, maybe you should think about that before like doubling that. Like that's
Right.
the drawback, is that you don't get an opportunity to evaluate if it's worth feeling
Mhm.
this strongly about
Yeah.
it. And she said that to me, like, yeah, sometimes it's like that's the drawback for her, of like she'll feel really strongly and it's like it's a lot of work to pull it back. Whereas for us, it's like we start very flexible. So it's
Yeah.
we're not gonna
Like, how do you? I guess that begs the question. So then, how do you develop? That's. I mean, that sort of value. Like we have it for FE, I guess, right? In a way where it's like, okay, this makes a person feel this way. This blah blah blah. But how do you develop that pillar then? If it's not something that can be described, or something that's like you can't like set rules, and like what Uzair was saying was like it's still kind of TI. There's still kind of principles, right? They're not necessarily like the value stuff, right? So like, where do you go from there? How do you develop that, and how do you know that where your feelings are coming from a place of morality
So
necessarily? Your
that's
feelings can tell you anything, right? You could just
I
like the it on somebody. It's like, okay, you just you just hate them
But
for
that's
no reason. Okay,
that's
sure.
that's it.
that's demon feel. That's our like perspective of demon feelings, right? It's just like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Just gonna like someone for no reason, you know?
That's it. Yeah, that was it. You asking, how do I know if it's coming from a place of morality? That's it. Even wanting to evaluate it before, because I think the FIs, they're just authentic. It's like whatever it is. If I want to kill someone, no, you know what I'm saying. Not quite like
Yeah.
that, but
Yeah.
it's like let it come out first and then judge it, as opposed to it has to come through the filter of, oh, it has to be moral before I even like
Okay. So it's just
know.
a question of like, I guess, listening to your emotions, and then I guess you act on that, and then like what you said, you evaluate. Well, you evaluate it through FE, I guess,
I
right?
think well
Yeah, evaluate through FE. I think the
Yeah.
Kanye West song, really good. Like this is it. Like it was. I thought of killing you. Like that was the song. I don't know if you guys have heard it. And
Mhm.
he's just like going through his like raw thoughts of like, I woke up and I thought of killing you today. And it's like this really authentic um portrayal of like what his inner thoughts are like. And he's like, well, people will say that like, this is an issue of, loving yourself enough and you want to hurt someone. He's like, no, because I love myself way more than I love you. And I thought of killing you today. It was like a very like authentic, just like, I was like, wow. And he just let himself get that self-expression. I could never, I'd do the thing that you just said, Dave, of like, oh, this can't really be real because it's not ethical. So I'd like ignore that feeling. But he's letting that flame go out, like come out in its full expression. I'm like, that's really interesting. And it doesn't mean he has to like actually kill someone, but it's like he's just taking that thought all the way. You know what I mean? There's
Yeah.
no barrier to it. You're allowed to, and people, TE does that with TI. Like sometimes I find TEs like put restrictions on thinking. It's like, oh, it's not appropriate to think about this. I'm like, why? Like, why
yeah.
would I think I can like? Am I? You know what I mean? Like, you can think. It's not. I shouldn't be restricted in thinking, even if it's pointless thinking. Let me think about it or whatever. So it's like that same authenticity, but about feelings.
Yeah.
Okay, it's interesting. I didn't know like TEs felt that way. Actually, you couldn't.
Yeah, it's just been my experience. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
no,
how I felt.
that's 100%. That's like when that's why they have a reaction to like really, really blunt TI. Because it's just like, oh, you can't say that, or that's FI like bad morals or whatever, right?
Mm,
But like this kind of like psychoanalysis, that's FETI, right? It's just like, oh, you should actually have this internal thing, and then we're discussing it out loud, and then you come narrow down to like a principle, right? And then, oh man, actually, I was gonna make a video about this. Like, it's kind of like how like we do have like shadow FI of like stacked emotions that we're not looking at, and then we might have a reaction to, or we call it like trauma or whatever we might call it. And then FI is just trauma, basically, in some ways, right? It's just like it's stacked so
yeah,
much that it overrides your conscious mind. That just
yeah,
like you just react, or you just like feel something strongly.
yeah,
But I think another thing that the FETE, because the thinking is public, they won't let themselves think thoughts that are like not palatable to the TE, and so then they'll remain as FI, and then they won't be analyzed because just like because then you have like this is very technical, but just like you want to believe like you're a good person, right? That's also part of FI in a way. And then if you actually delve into the reason why you're feeling another thing, that's going to contradict you being a good person, you know?
Yeah, that's because I'm the exact opposite. When someone's like, oh, you're a good person, I'm like, not really. I'm like, I'm surprised, like sometimes like with my girlfriend or you know, someone that FI, they'll be really bothered if like they're not a good person, or like there's that.
Yes, and they'll feel guilt.
I hold that.
Like
I don't.
that.
I'm like, oh, I did this good thing. That doesn't mean anything about me. Oh, I did this bad thing. That also, I'm just like learning behaviors. You know, it's really interesting. Yeah.
All right, so Nick had a point here. I think TE wants to have a point, and TI wants to just think because it's fun. That seems true to me. But how do y'all feel about that?
Yeah, that's the thing. I like thinking.
Yeah. The thinking is like for practicality's sake. It's not. I guess TI is more looking for like, okay, we want to be able to see things as objectively as we can, and we want to be able to logic as best as we can. So therefore, we're going to logic whatever comes our way. It's more about our own self-perception or our own perception in general that we're building, I guess, right? Whereas like the T is not used for that perception. The T is actually used for the tribe, right? Which how would you use T for the tribe? Well, doing stuff that's practical, right? Yeah. When you do something for the self that's in the T range is not necessarily for, well, I mean, sometimes TI is like making things work for you, but it's about like, well, it's an internal function. So it's working on the internal logicking that your mind can do. Like, you know what I mean? Whereas like TE is like, okay, does this fix shit with people? Okay, great. You know, so why are we thinking about this one weird ass thing?
Great when it accidentally aligns with the tribe and they're like, wow, we really wanted to know that. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never got the impression that TE is like groupthink. Like, oh, they think this, so therefore now I think it. Now it's like, maybe it is that way. I guess I've heard it's been discussed, but I haven't witnessed that in reality so much. But is that like a thing with TE where just things just get passed on like that without like verification, validation, things like that?
Not with an individual. If I'm talking to someone with TE as an individual, I don't notice it. But I think it's when there's been discussions and it's like, I will feel this restriction in thinking because we have to like appreciate something. I don't know. I won't respect the same way like an FI might disrespect FE rules. There's some rule that I notice I'm not respecting and they haven't like the group has an issue with it. I'm like, oh, but I don't feel like changing. I just continue.
Yeah. It's the same thing. I think we have FE rules around like a reasonable response. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, the cashier didn't give you the receipt. Like, and if someone's expressing like, I want to kill him or whatever, right? It's just like, that is not a reasonable response to that situation, you know? And so like, even if you do feel it, right? Cause it's just like your feelings are completely separate, right? We might stifle those feelings or kind of like disregard them or whatever. And the FI is just like, this is just what I feel. It's authentic. That's what I'm stacking that, or I'm like that. I'm paying attention to that, right? And I'm giving it like it's whatever. And then I think we have that for like TI of just like,
let me think this through and then dial it back.
It's like with emotions, I feel like with FE, like they used to. Like if you were going to say that you wanted to kill somebody, you'd be doing that to affect their emotions, right? Like in general with FE stuff.
Right, you're saying
because it affects them. But when FIs do it, it's more of just this is my status, I guess.
Exactly.
Right?
So maybe like, you'll like mishear it kind of, right? Like the DE listening to the DI of the same thing is like you're hearing this is how it should be versus this is what I feel or think, you know?
Right. Yeah.
And so like I don't know if you've ever been like let's say you have a private conversation, you share some private thoughts that are like, you know, like they're not palatable to the public, And then when that's used as in like, oh, remember you said that, I was like, I said it to you in a very private thing. It's like sure, maybe I do think that, but that's not a, I know that's not a Effie, you're allowed to think this, but we're, you know what I mean? It's like an inside thought.
Yeah.
It's so weird. I never think of my TI in terms of like, okay, is this appropriate to be thinking this? Like that doesn't even make sense. Like if I tell the tribe, yeah, there's no such thing as free will, blah blah blah. I don't think about appropriateness. I'm like, wait, wouldn't y'all want to hear that? Because like maybe one of us has it wrong, maybe, you know what I mean? It's just information.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like you shouldn't be thinking that because it's not what a lot of people think.
I'm with you.
I don't know.
I'll give you an example of a TI thought that I should also not share in public right now, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Okay.
First for an
Let's
example.
do it. Let's not be decided.
I think you were actually on this call, like David. So like I was just lamenting that I met a girl who was otherwise like pretty cool, but I was like I'm just not that into her. And the FI version is like, oh yeah, I just don't feel it. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna speculate why, right? And I'm gonna be like, it's so annoying that if she lived in LA and had an eating disorder, I would just like her more. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that that's what she should even, but I'm just like, I just think it's funny. That stupid situation is, but then like, of course, that's gonna like piss people off, right?
Yeah.
It's like not because it's also undermining my own feeling instead of like being a very like valuing the FI. I was like, I just don't feel it. Like I'm really looking for someone to connect with, and then I just don't feel it with this person, right?
Yeah.
But like to me, it's just like, okay, but what's really going on, right?
Like, what does that mean?
It's like, oh, do you know what I mean? Like, and so not only does that trivialize my feelings, it trivializes the whole like romance is in general. It is also making fun of like eating disorders. It's just like has so many things against it. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's not meant to be a public thought, like to be shared in thing. You know?
Yeah. That wasn't that bad, actually. I didn't see anything wrong with that, actually. Was there something... Did I miss the part that was supposed to be offensive?
I think that's offensive. You don't think... It got a really bad reaction when I said it.
Oh, did it? Oh,
yeah. It was meant to get a little bit of bad reaction, but it's just like... It's because it's just like a silly thing to say.
Yeah, you didn't expect that much, yeah.
Well, it's not that I expected a bad reaction. I didn't expect it to be held against me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, oh, you think that, or that you think this about so and so. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's because I'm not saying that this is what I think. I'm saying that this is how I'm reacting. Like like I'm internally reacting. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Man.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Should we look at one more question? We got I think complex or one that might take a bit of thinking about. Is it true that TI deals with complex issues to make it easy to deal with emotions, while FE simplifies emotions so that TIs can solve complex issues?
This is a complex issue we need to solve right now.
I think like it's definitely true that we try to deal with the emotions by TI figuring it out. But I don't think that's necessarily what they're asking here.
I think FE and TI or people with FE, like they still will. The good example was in the class this past week with the leave the FE guy, right? And when Dave was appreciating he has like a TI way to make decisions that are not emotional.
How to quit or whatever.
Yeah.
FE simplifies emotion so that TI can solve.
It's an interesting.
If that is happening, I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm simplifying emotions or not. You know what I mean? Because I don't know if I'm simplifying them, then I don't know what it's like when they're not simple.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're just simple or not. I guess. So I don't know if I can answer that.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very interesting take, though. It
is, yeah. Maybe it looks kind of like this would be something that would be asked probably by somebody with FI, I would feel like, because I think from FI's perspective, FE tends to like simplify stuff and just put stuff kind of in boxes, whereas like what the FIs are experiencing are more like stuff you can't really explain all the way, I think, and tend to feel more
sometimes
complex.
Like let's say like my girlfriend saying something or like something that's happened, I'm quick to give advice and she's like, oh no, you haven't understood how I really feel about it yet. And then I'm like, okay.
It's
So
like, yeah, I already know you're sad. I get it.
yeah, exactly. I'm like, yeah, this, but she's like, no, you haven't like really soaked in the whole
Mhm.
emotional thing. So I'm like, okay, I don't know why I was quick, but it's like very instinctive of like, I know what that feeling is. Let me,
Yeah.
respond to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think FE in general, like whether you have it at the top or bottom, simplifies things. It is like, oh yeah, I know what that's like, or I can imagine what that's like.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, how many different things are you gonna feel? You're gonna feel like loss, or like, you know what I mean? It's just like, I gotcha. You know, you look like, I haven't been in that same situation, but it's just like,
I can extrapolate.
I get it. It's like what you're feeling plus more, right? Like 2x, 3x, 5x. What is it?
Yeah. Have there ever been like situations that you could relate to, and you're like, wait, I can't. I feel like I relate to it, but I've never been in this position.
Yeah,
Ever in my life.
absolutely,
Like,
100%.
I watched some like Catfish episode where this lady was like, or teenagers talking to some lady online that said they was talking to her dead mother or something like that, and then they met on a bench, and she was like just super whacked out of her mind talking about how her mother was and this stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I could relate to this situation. It's like, no, you can't. You've never been in anything even close to this. I'm like, wait, so do I relate to it or do I not relate to it? I feel like I do, but how could I? Right?
Yeah. It is interesting. Like, I think it's a good thing being able to like relate outside of the situation and just like kind of get a vibe of the feeling. Yeah.
So you get, I guess you get the gist, or like you might just relate to the anxiety that something would cause, rather than feeling all of the stuff and
the details.
Maybe,
yeah.
Exactly.
I know someone who I think is a lead TE person, and they had a big falling out with someone in their family because when they were going through a divorce, their family member was like, "Oh, I know what that's like. I went through like a breakup," and they were like, "You went through like a breakup with your person that you've been seeing for 6 months. I'm going through a divorce," and just like this, just the suggestion that they knew what was going on, it kind of like completely messed up their relationship. Whereas that's kind of like I was hearing it, and then obviously I was doing the thing like, oh damn, that's crazy she did that. But I was thinking like very normal commiseration, you know, like
just trying to relate.
Yeah. You shouldn't say it though, right? You shouldn't acknowledge that they're different. But it is true that like, I mean, a breakup and a divorce are not the same thing, but they have similar feelings, maybe less intensity, maybe a couple of other things in there. But like, it sucks to separate from someone that you've been connected to, right? Like, it's, of course, a divorce is it's almost like people that try to relate to people with kids because they've had a dog, and that pisses parents off more than anything. It's like, oh, I've had a dog before, I know what it's like.
I think for Tia. Sorry, go on.
Do you guys feel that for anything where you're someone else relating, but you're like, you don't really know? Do you guys feel that, or is it? Yeah.
Oh yeah. I was gonna give it that exact example. The same person. So the same person that's getting annoyed about this, right? They later on were like trying to help me with my career and stuff, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I was where you are. All you have to do is this and that." Like, that's not the same situation.
Yeah.
It's like you're a completely different line of work, completely different other circumstances. But to them, it's like, "Oh yeah. You're looking for a job, right?" It's like, what kind of job? What is it like? Where are you going from to where? You know what I mean? It's like completely different circumstances.
I've only run into it with like people telling me what I think, which is fine if you say it right. But if you say, yeah, you think like this way and this is blah blah blah, and it's completely wrong, like that triggers the fuck out of me, because it's like, because usually it's not very good. I'm like, I wouldn't think that. Like, that's not like, you know, or like assuming you're in T sleep. Yeah, this is how you see the world. And that's like, nah, you completely fucked it up. And the fact that you fucked it up in such a way that makes me look bad, actually.
Like, a little bit of like, that's what you think I think. Like, that kind of. I'm always like, I'm always like, just ask me what I think. Don't.
Well, the worst is like, you tell them what you think and they repeat it back to you in a way that wasn't what you said. And like, so you think this. It's like, I'm just not even gonna try to. I see like where you're coming from, but my ego is not letting me accept that answer.
Yeah, and on top it's the ego and the for me as well lead sleep of like, oh they confused this thing. I'm like, oh, this whole conversation will be less about having the conversation, more about me clarifying their understanding. I'm like, that's a
Yeah.
lot of
It's a
that's
lot of
too.
work, and you're like, I don't really want to know.
I don't wanna have that work. Yeah.
It's wrong, and I'm not going to say why because I don't want to spend time explaining it, and then I'm not
Yeah.
even that confident that you're probably going to get it anyway. So I'm
Yeah.
not gonna, which sounds bad.
It's just
Which isn't me being like you're probably too stupid to get it, but it's more like
yeah,
I'm not able to communicate this in a way that
yeah.
probably most people are going to get, not because it's on some other level, but probably it's just a weird way that I think.
It's too
Which is not-
it's too nuanced or
It's like
whatever.
ST stuff. I can explain that all day. You'll get it, whatever. But my NT stuff, man, I just cannot get that
Doesn't-
through to anyone. And I think
Yeah.
just because of the nature of it, it just tends
Yeah.
to be a very
Yeah,
internal thing with a lot of assumptions and stuff that people aren't aware of. And you stack something really high and you give them the stack and they're like, oh, okay, so it's this. And they just give you a block. And you're like, no, it's not the
No,
whole thing.
yeah, exactly.
It's hard to communicate NT sleep. I feel like.
It is. It is hard, and it's a little bit of like I think our perspectives are. It's not like I feel like my perspective is better, but it'll be like I'm very very nuanced with it. So like I can tell you're off by like 1 degree, and to you or to the other person be like that's around the same ballpark. But I'm like, but it has huge consequences if you
Yeah,
follow
significant.
down a chain, and it's like it's almost like a butterfly effect of like it's a slight difference in what I'm saying, but it has a huge impact in what I'm relating it to,
Right.
like a butterfly effect. So I'm like, and so it's really annoying for the other person. I really appreciate that it's not fun for them because I'm very pedantic.
Yeah.
And I've seen Sadhguru; he's extremely pedantic.
Man, he'll never say yes to any question. It's always
Never.
like he always
You're off.
rebuts
Like, you're
everything.
off.
It's like,
Like something's off. And it's like when I saw him, I was like, that's what my
Yeah.
girlfriend's talking about when I'm doing
man,
that.
it's what's super
That's-
triggering. It's like you can't
Yeah.
don't make a statement around Sadhguru. If you say, okay, so it's like this, it'll always be a no. You'll never ever say it in a
You'll
way.
never get it.
He'll move
Yeah.
on to some other thing that you're like, wait, did that even relate to what I said? You've gone off into
Yeah.
And so it's like this, where you'll be like, well, let's talk about what this is. And it's like, oh, man. Like you just have to ask questions, never make a statement because
Exactly. Yeah.
it will be a no.
Yeah. And I think I get the other side as well bad because I'm Demon Blast as well. I also like asking people a lot of questions, and that annoys people. So if I'm asking a million questions, my girlfriend's told me that it'll make her feel stupid if I ask too many questions.
Oh, really?
It's like, and I'm like, no, I'm just asking questions. I just want to know.
Well, because you assume they have it well thought out. which is
Yes,
what
that's
Ti's doing, right?
exactly what I
might
told
not.
her.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm like, hey, it's because you seem really confident. So I'm assuming you've thought it through, but it's because, and I think it's TE, because I'm asking her questions, she feels like she does need to have an answer. And I'm like, no. Like, if you don't know it, that's fine. Like, I'm not gonna think you should know this. But it's a weird dynamic, and I find it really interesting. So I have to be aware of asking too many questions.
Oh.
Trying to read what. Yeah. What Zach said. You should put that up on the screen so everyone can see it. Yeah, it's just like that. That's so good.
All right, boys.
Yeah.
Shall we wrap it up?
Yeah, that's
Sounds great. All right.
Really good.
Well, thanks everyone for watching. Uzair, thanks for coming on, man. It was good to have you here.
Thanks for
Had some
having
good
me on.
insights and real good discussions. And yeah, do y'all have any lasting thoughts or anything like that? Probably not, but
No.
I'm good. No thoughts.
yeah, I don't even know what you would say at that point. Okay, just wanted to tell everyone that you can visit my website at blah blah blah. Just wanted to let you know you should be yourself and take care of yourself. Like,
Part of me thinks Uzair was probably holding back something he wanted to say. He's like,
No.
What? You
I
got
got-
something holding
I got
back?
it
Come
out.
on.
yeah. But yeah, no, this was really good. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hope
it's fun.
everyone
We didn't
enjoyed
really
it.
get drunk though. I feel like we need to.
Yeah. We were drunk on
Yeah.
connecting and sharing ideas.
Okay, we'll frame it like that. Yeah. All right. Well, great. Well, let's do this. Again, maybe I think it's been like a year since the last one. or
Yeah.
something.
I want to do it before the next year, but we'll do it again for sure.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night and see y'all next time. Bye bye. I can't end the Oh, there we go.